Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Whichever part of the world you are joining us from, Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade GCPIT team is proud to welcome you all for this prestigious summit, Global Sustainable Business Summit. This time has come to redefine sustainable businesses. It is time for businesses and other stakeholders to adopt new issues, new methods of pursuing sustainability, and a new, more assertive voice. The changes in the environment, technology, and economy suggest that new set of concerns must be prioritized. First, businesses require a revised agenda. This should include areas where sustainability issues and businesses issues have converged and where new topics have emerged. And it should allow for the reinvention of sustainability to meet the requirements of a new reality. The need to confront the three systematic changes affecting businesses: climate change, technological innovation, and structural economic change is the starting point for these topics. Climate, climate resilience, technology, human rights, ethics, and inclusive automation will become the defining characteristics of sustainability business leadership. In addition to a new agenda, we believe it is time for sustainability leaders to adopt a new strategy. In a world that is constantly evolving, new skills will become even more crucial pieces of the puzzle. Assisting businesses in navigating the emerging world requires developing and contributing to resilient business strategies as opposed to merely integrating sustainability into businesses' strategies developed by others. It focuses on how companies implement sustainable practices. Before we begin, I would like to introduce myself. I am Ananya Banerjee Chatterjee, the R&D and Communication Officer and your host for today. Let's begin this summit. I would like to call our first speaker, Ms. Catherine Devor, MD, Good Sense, New Zealand. Catherine Devor is the inspiring leader who founded Good Sense, a marketer with 30 years of experience and a business owner since 2001. She is shaping marketing into a profession that serves society and nature, as well as an organization's stakeholders. And today, she will be sharing her valuable insights on the topic strategic importance to businesses of marketing sustainability. Over to you, Ms. Catherine.
Kia ora koutou. He te toko nui kia koutou. I'm Kath Dewar and I'm the founder and managing director of Good Sense Ethical Marketing. I greet you in the indigenous language of Aotearoa, New Zealand, which is Te Reo Māori, and I salute all of you and acknowledge Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the founding document of our country. It's my very great privilege to join you today. I want to say I'm sorry I'm not live and in person, and I'm joining you by pre-record video. Combination of the time zones, with Aotearoa being so early and ahead of the game in terms of the way each day rolls around our beautiful planet. But also I had the experience recently of visiting my family from where I come from, originally in Britain. And in travelling home, I was on a flight that actually did make the news, which is the flight that took 13 hours to travel from Dubai, halfway to Aotearoa, New Zealand, and then back to Dubai. So a 13-hour flight to nowhere because of the really terrible flooding we've had here in the city where I'm based, where I founded Good Sense, the city of Auckland, New Zealand, Tamaki Makaurau, Aotearoa, and we've had our worst climate disaster this last week. We're still in a state of emergency here, and so me having a unexpected 36-hour layover in Dubai was a very small price to pay compared to what many of my fellow citizens in our beautiful city have been suffering. We have 250 people whose homes have been condemned, and many more who've got health and safety warnings on their houses, and the floodwaters are only just starting to recede. I had a really interesting conversation on that flight with two young women who were the travellers sitting next to me, and I'll come back to that in just a moment. First, I just want to let you know my background a little bit, so you know who you're listening to, and being so generous with your time. So I was born in England, and I lived, studied and worked there until 1996, when I emigrated to Aotearoa. So I've now lived half my life in the South Pacific and half my life in Yorkshire in the north of England. My parents are from Scotland and from North Warwickshire, and I studied a degree in political science at university, and then went straight into a marketing job when I graduated at 21, and I worked in agencies on major UK brands, and then when I came to New Zealand I worked on a New Zealand account for an agency and the Microsoft account. I then worked at a senior marketing and management level in the financial services sector. I was then marketing manager for an internet startup right back in the year 2000, and I've been self-employed for 20 years, working independently for clients, and then founding the amazing team which I'm so lucky to have around me now, Good Sense. And in July last year, 2022, in July 2022, Good Sense became a certified B Corporation. So a big shout out to anyone there in the audience today who's also working for a B Corp. There's some amazing organisations out there. I was elected last year to the board of our Sustainable Business Network here in New Zealand, which is an organisation I've been part of since 2003. And that's a really great way for us to give back by some of my time contributing to that organisation. Because Good Sense only exists as a marketing company to work on projects that do right by nature and by people. And that's really important to us, because we only want to use marketing as a force for good, and to advance the systems change we need to see in the world through the work that we deliver and contribute to our clients. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about how we do that and the work we do to drive forward a more sustainable future through marketing during the course of the next 25 minutes. Because I'm not there in person in the video webinar in person, I'm not going to be able to do a live Q&A. I'm sorry, arohamai, but I will put my LinkedIn details up, and you can look me up as Catherine Dewar, Good Sense. And I will answer any questions any of you've got about the session on LinkedIn really promptly. So please do post them in comments. I've got a post up there which is about this this conference, and so would love to hear from you and your thoughts and feedback, any comments, any questions, and I'll respond really quickly. So I think that's enough background to kind of get us going, and what I'll do is take you back to my 13-hour flight to nowhere from Dubai, halfway around to just off Indonesia and then back to Dubai. And I was actually asleep when the announcement came saying we were going to be turned around. Too much flooding at Auckland Airport for us to land. Meters in the airport buildings, unprecedented. And also Australia, for immigration reasons, couldn't take the flight, so nothing for it but to go to Dubai until the floodwaters dropped, and we were able to make it in 2 days after our original arrival time. Sitting next to me were two young women, one 16, one 17, who were travelling as unaccompanied minors to take part in a school exchange with a school here in Auckland. They'd been travelling for longer than I had. They'd originally departed from Argentina, travelled to Brazil, then up to Dubai, 10 hours waiting in Dubai on their flight, finally expecting to get to Auckland, and somewhat surprised to be turned around. And so the turnaround got us talking, and one of them, said, obviously the weather, it's climate change, and that's us, isn't it? Us flying. And my initial instinct was to just agree and go, yeah, we're flying, it's bad for the climate. And then I checked myself. And instead, what I talked about with these young people is how, yeah, flying does make a difference. But in the big scheme of things, our individual flight footprint is tiny. And actually, the real issue is the systems that exist wider in the world and the actions of large corporations like ExxonMobil, who not only have known for a really long time that this was our climate fate, and with shockingly accurate predictions, more as accurate as Hansen has done, they knew that. They didn't only know that and keep quiet and just not tell anybody. They took it to the whole next level by spending millions of dollars paying PR and marketing people to promulgate, to promote climate denial. The paper trail is really clear. This is way beyond greenwash and using marketing to pretend you're better than you are. It's using marketing techniques to change global opinion in a way which is unconscionable. And so I urge these young people not to feel guilty about their flying, to travel, to enjoy the world, to live life, but to vote, and to make it really clear for the organisations that they buy from, the organisations they work for in their future, and to really use their power as citizens to make the changes that we need and to call out for that. I think it's really important that we acknowledge the role that corporations and businesses have played, not just in causing pollution and harm, but actually in pretending it wasn't happening, to the point of lying about their knowledge. And so that's the context that I want to open up our conversation about marketing today. And I mentioned to you I'd become self-employed just over 20 years ago. Part of my driver at that point was to reevaluate my career. Did I even want to stay in marketing? Because let's face it, marketing, advertising, media relations, they're industries which emerged in the post-war era, particularly in America, as disciplines where they were specifically directed to foster consumerism, and the techniques that were developed largely exist to make us feel bad about ourselves as human beings, so that we will buy things to get the quick hit of dopamine and endorphins that will make us feel better about ourselves for a short amount of time, or bolster our ego so we look better to the neighbours. Don't last very long because they have built-in obsolescence, so they're designed to fail. So they end up in landfill. So this whole swathes, this whole industry exists to get us buying things we don't need that then won't last very long and pollute our planet and cost us. They keep us in debt and keep us having to work crazy jobs or 2 jobs. It's a really broken industry in so many ways. So I was actually thinking that I was going to leave. And as part of my quest for what I might do outside of the industry of marketing, I joined the Sustainable Business Network. And what I found in that organisation was a whole cohort of businesses who felt the same way that I did about the state of society and the state of nature to which we as a human species belong, and were working in many, many ways to do something to improve it. And so they were great, doing great work, but often they weren't very good at marketing and telling their stories. And so rather than ditch my skill set and change career, what I did is instead foster an approach of ethical marketing that supports sustainability and where we'll only work with like-minded organisations. That journey in turn is what took us to B Corporation, and that's an international network of 8,000 businesses and growing fast, all of whom, like Good Sense, are committed to change the system so that it works better for people and the rest of nature. Kia ora. I also want to talk to you about one of my first pieces of communication work, which is very overtly communicating sustainability, and where I got it really wrong. There was a team of us involved, so it wasn't just me, but you know, it's one where I look back and I kind of go, we so fell for ExxonMobil and the other lies about timing, because they knew how fast things were happening back then. And it's a t-shirt, and on it has a graffiti style image, a little bit like Banksy, if you know his graffiti, and it's a little kid in a stroller or a pushchair, and the kid's making a bit of a rude gesture, which I won't replicate on the webinar, and the caption says if you don't party vote green, your grandchildren will be really upset. Doesn't say it quite so politely, but the gist is, if you don't vote for social and environmental change, then your grandchildren are not going to forgive you for what is happening. And this activity ran in 2005, and we got it wrong because we were at least one generation out. It's not the grandchildren of us as adults in 2005 who are upset. It's the children, and actually many of us who are adults, because the speed and the immediacy with which these climate events are happening is so great, let alone the biodiversity crisis and the depletion of our oceans and so on. And I don't imagine there are many of you in the conference online today who are living in a country which hasn't had some kind of impact, whether it's flooding like we've just had here in Tamaki Makaurau, or whether it's fires like that have been experienced in many places, whether it's extreme cold weather events, whether it's typhoons and cyclones, or whether it's the early onset of sea level rises, which many of our friends in the Pacific Islands are losing their homes to right now. This isn't something that's happening in the future. It's happening right now. And so that was a piece of political communication where I think we were in some extent condoning the status quo by pretending that climate impacts are a future event rather than something that's happening right now. But it also, I think, shows how much the narrative overall has changed. And that was an example of political advertising, which I contributed to as a volunteer. Good Sense works across the spectrum from work with government and government-funded projects, to work with not-for-profits, to work with community and social enterprises, and to work with commercial businesses. And across that whole spectrum, we're communicating stories and promoting solutions that are better for people and the rest of nature. And they have way more in common than they do apart. So there are emerging threads across all of those types of communication that I'm going to talk to you about today. I'll also just kick off with a couple of examples of some of the work we do, so you have a little bit of a flavour of that. So I mentioned we work with not-for-profits, so I'll talk about a New Zealand not-for-profit, the Kaipatiki project. And the Kaipatiki refers to a suburb in Auckland, but it also refers to the feeding place of the flounder in Te Reo Māori. And the not-for-profit had been operating for 20 years, been doing really amazing work in getting communities involved in more environmental practices in their home, in planting in their neighbourhoods, in restoring nature, and learning really good skills that mean that we're less dependent on buying those things that we need to throw away. And they were ready for a bit of a refresh, and so the work we did with the Kaipatiki project was to really distill down their story, and we managed to get it down to just a few words, which I'll show you in a moment, and also to recreate the look and feel of the whole project and all of their materials and their storytelling. And at the heart of this was the idea that we needed to transform people's relationship with how they felt or thought about what they were going to do to address sustainability in their own lives. And the line that we developed through a whole process of working with the board and the team to co-create, first of all, a structure of different message ideas, and then to distill them down. So we had this core underlying idea was that the Kaipatiki project should help people share in nature's revival. And I'll come back to that idea of positivity, of share in nature's revival, and what is so important to those three words a little bit later. And so if you look at the Kaipatiki project, you'll see that all of their material builds back down to that core central idea. And that underpins everything that they do across their email marketing, across the promotion online of their events, across the events they run themselves, and so on. The second example that I want to talk about is a government-funded piece of work for building better homes, towns and cities. That's one of a dozen national science challenges that have been operating in New Zealand with government funding, and they operate across different organisations, so across all our different universities and our Crown Research Institutes, to bring together scientists of particular disciplines to collaborate. So the National Science Challenge for Building Better Homes, Towns and Cities works with social scientists who are looking at our lived-in environment. And the work that Good Sense did for 4.5 years with their scientists was to help them tell their stories through media relations and to communicate to the public and also to policymakers about what was going to make a better built environment for people's well-being. So we used a whole variety of different techniques, from social media to help get attention, through to conventional reach out to journalists. And it took a lot of time to get some of those journalists to feel confident telling those stories. And then once that started to happen, we got great traction. And one of the highlights of that work was to get a cover story about the changes needed for housing our older people in New Zealand into the cover of an extremely well-regarded and very well-read national magazine. So it became the cover story from being a very niche issue. So it's a good example of how, by working in partnership with journalists and with a client who has great thought leadership expertise, how we can communicate sustainability in a way that makes a real difference to the way people think about the world they work in, and in the case of policymakers, the changes and decisions they make. The third example is a commercial example for our tech client Catalyst Cloud, and it's more again from the social end of the spectrum. Catalyst Cloud are a local-based cloud service provider which have a whole bunch of advantages for cloud computing over the large overseas providers. So at the moment, all the Microsoft and Amazon AWS data centers are based in Australia. What that means is that our sensitive data gets sent overseas, and that means it's subject to Australian law rather than New Zealand law, and it also means, because they're American-owned corporations, that it's subject to the Cloud Act, which gives the American government some powers to access that information in some circumstances. The other thing, of course, is that Aotearoa New Zealand is fortunate in having one of the highest levels in the world of renewable energy for our general electricity grid. Our fleet is very polluting, but our electricity is relatively clean at about 85% renewables, depending on how much the wind has blown and the rain has fallen. And so it means that data centres in New Zealand are much more renewably powered than data centres in Australia, which are largely coal-fired still. So there's some real advantages from a social and environmental perspective. So for Catalyst Cloud, to really get government's attention, we ran a series of billboard and other outdoor advertising in Wellington, which is where the capital and the decision makers are here in New Zealand, asserting the status of it being New Zealand Aotearoa's own cloud. So it's here, based in New Zealand, fully cloud owned. And that combination of an unexpected media, so it's not that often that New Zealand tech companies create really large billboards. And if you look at the case study, you'll see how big they are. I'll make sure there's links to all of those in the post. And the impact of that meant that they got a whole different level of conversations happening with potential government clients that they'd had before. And so in different ways, for across all three of those clients, the Kaipatiki project, the National Science Challenge for Building Better, and Catalyst Cloud, we're using a set of approaches to get stories through more effectively. So I'm going to talk to you about some of the common threads that we use across those. All three of them you can remember with the letter A. So AAA, like an old school battery, AAA. So the first is the audience. So in doing this work, it is so important, who are you communicating to? So if you're going to do marketing or communicating of sustainability, who your audience is really matters. And it can be a really wide variety. So it could be an internal audience of staff, for example. So employees in record numbers care about who they work for. For younger people, they're increasingly rejecting employers who aren't taking sustainability seriously. And there's a massive reality gap. So 70% of people internationally feel that what their large companies they work for say about sustainability is actually an over-exaggeration compared to what they're actually doing on the ground. So for employees, there's a real need to not only do the right thing, but tell the story for people you currently have working for you, but also people you might want to hire in the future. And in terms of external audiences, well, clearly customers and potential customers. Over 80% across markets, so Nielsen data, local data, it pretty much tells the same story. About 80% upwards of people, they really want to know that the companies they buy from are doing the right things by nature and people, and they want to hear about it in really clear ways. But unfortunately, about 70-75% of them don't understand what as businesses are saying to them. So they don't understand the communication, it's too complicated, it's too technical, they don't understand it, they don't necessarily trust it. So it's really, really important that for customers and potential customers, we're not only telling the story, but they're doing it really effectively. And the third audience is shareholders. So we've seen massive shifts in investment funds in recent years, away from fossil fuels through stock exchanges around the world, and into renewables, and that is only accelerating. The institutional investors, particularly insurance companies, have made a massive difference already in the funds flows, and also private investment. So Unilever internationally will only now invest in B corporations, because not only do they want to be investing in businesses that are doing the right thing, but they also have seen, when they tested portfolios of B corporation acquisitions versus none, that the B corporations were outperforming financially what was happening in other organisations. And so across your audiences of staff and customers and shareholders, they all want to know what you're doing. Those audiences are really important because there's a classic marketing text called The Loyalty Effect by Reichheld, which talks about those three audiences and the loyalty of those three audiences being what actually drives business profitability. So if you want to drive profitability, you need to think about how you're marketing sustainability to all three of those audiences. But before you do any marketing, you've got to act. So audience And then action is the second A. You've got to be making material change. And by that I mean things that are substantive and make a difference and that matter to your audience. So if you're an oil company, changing your light bulbs ain't gonna cut it. Clearly that's an exaggeration, but you know the kind of thing I mean, right? It's got to be something that is significant and substantial to shift you as a business for doing better. Not only less harm, but also more good. So we're seeing the drive towards zero carbon, net positive in terms of the impact. At the moment, there's a lot of greenwash, but this has to translate into real action because time is running out for your civic license to operate, as well as your brand credibility. And so when you have got good stories to tell, and you can do so without relying on greenwash or pretending to be doing more than you are, then it's time to share your story authentically. So that's the third A. So audience, action, and then authenticity in your storytelling. And that actually means that you need to be really clear about what you're doing well and the journey you've yet to go on. So there's been recent news about Thinks, the period underwear that women wear when they're menstruating, and they have an absorbent layer. Now the Thinks brand have just settled a $5 million US case out of court with complainants in a class action because it was identified that while the underwear promotes itself as being better for nature because of the reduced waste and better for human health, actually the absorbent layer has really nasty chemicals in it which are proven to have harmful health effects. And so whilst they were telling a good story over here, their reality over here was far from that. And so customers felt misled. So you need to be finding a positive story that is authentic and actually tells the whole story, not a subset of it. And then there are so many places you can tell that story. So in our examples earlier, we talked about digital. You can also use physical events where you get people together, or online or not online, like this amazing conference. You can use media relations, you can use advertising. The one thing I would urge caution is sponsorship. We've had some terrible examples lately of sponsorship being used badly. So for example, Coca-Cola, who are major contributors to waste and to pollution and to climate change globally by shipping what is largely water around the world, sponsoring the COP27 talks. We've now got the case of Saudi Arabia looking to sponsor the Women's World Cup. And so there is already massive concern about how that seeks to undermine an event which is strongly supportive of women and girls' rights to live free lives and do what they want, with the reality of women and girls' rights on the ground in Saudi Arabia. But having said that, lots and lots of ways you can tell the story. And then when it comes to the story you tell, the key thing is to be positive, solution focused, how it is that your product or service helps people do better. They know the problems, they don't need you to tell them that, although they may want a little bit of detail about why your category is problematic, but positive, how you can help them make a difference. They don't need convincing it's real, they want you to know what you can do to help them address it. And then secondly, plain speaking. So remember how confused people are and avoid the jargon, cut to the chase, use clear information that people can understand, and avoid technical words, speak very clearly and communicate really clearly. Make sure you can back up the claims you're making. So we've talked in this session today about the importance of your audience. Everything starts and finishes with what they need. We've talked about taking substantive action, do the right thing and do it well. And then we've talked about communicating your story authentically. So tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and make sure you do it in a way that is positive and inspiring, and also communicate realistically how much further you've got to go on the journey. There's lots more information on our website, and I'd love to see you on LinkedIn, so do track me down on there, ask your questions, and I wish you all the best for the rest of a great event. And I just want to say thank you very much for having me here today, and kia ora, ka kite anō. See you again. Bye bye.
Thank you, Ms. Catherine, for a recorded message. So our next speaker is Dr. Shyam Kumar Katta, Program Director, Haifa International. He has 19 years of experience, oversaw 19 projects from inception through execution. He has 3 international patents, 2 Indian patents, 5 publications, reviewer of 33 journals for Sage Publication, Government of India, and the topic he will be sharing his knowledge is Global Sustainability, the Local Perspective. Over to you, Mr. Katta.
You, Ananya, and happy to be here again. It was a great hearing from previous speaker, and I would like to share my screen if you can allow me.
Yes.
The screen is visible, right?
Yes, it's visible.
Fine. I have a question for the audience here. If you can type in the chat, that would be good. What do you think while looking at this picture? Take 1 minute of time and type. What do you feel by looking at this picture? It's a lake, it's clear sky, or the terrains, or the plant trees, no one without leaves. What do you feel? I would be happy to see some kind of text in the chat before we go ahead. Trophy, flag, Two answers. For me, I wish I could live in such kind of place, such kind of beautiful place. This is a picture which I have captured in one of the tribal belts where I'm working on a project. Okay. It's a small lake. If I would like to use this word under the Sustainable Development Goals, I can call it as ELSA. ELSA, Essential Life Support Area. So I would like to take you, drive down what is that, a global thinking and local perspective of how we need to look at Sustainable Development Goals. How do we align our work with these goals where we can create global impact? So if you look at my screen, I have coined down at least this evening, this time of this today's meeting, we are going to work towards this. The pathway towards sustainability and how we are going to do it as a local perspective. The aim is to reach at least 10 million hectares of carbon credits, which we need to transform by the 2030 of Sustainable Development Goals. And how we are going to do it? So it's here. One thing is we need to create permanence for sustainability, where if there is a need of infrastructure, which we need to bring into place, and that infrastructure can be a business opportunity under the Sustainable Development Goals. Building partnerships. I wish Santosh, he is the person who is playing a very key role in India, bringing different companies together on single platform, sharing knowledge, trying to educate and inspire the young generation towards driving Sustainable Development Goals. How do we take it forward? Global scaling. One solution in a remote place can make a difference globally. So it is the challenge which we need to put in front of everyone. So if you look at measuring impact, how we can create certain things, we need to look at Sustainable Development Goals, global indicators are there, specific region, specific things which we can look at, or indicators which are contributing directly or indirectly towards the SDGs. I just took this picture from one of the tribal areas once again. If you look at the innovation, I'm speaking about an illiterate village where there's no road, internet, power, and still they're able to find some kind of solution for the need. Normally, they use some kind of pots for these plants to collect the liquid, but they're trying to make use of the resource, the little resource, whichever is available. In fact, they call it as a waste, but they try to use it and make it. So connecting the dots can measure, mapping nature and people and planet. That's how the change can happen, which I would like to portray here. So mapping essential life support areas. These are certain things where UN has been present. We are working on it. Now we are working on certain things and trying to bring that kind of impact here. If you look at how it can be done, so one is making bold commitments towards how we can bring these biodiversity laws and climate change. We need to create opportunity. So we speak about sustainable development goals. Crises are opportunities in business for every single business. Earlier, we never heard about carbon credits, but today we are able to trade carbon credits. It's an opportunity. Someone working on a lake, it's a company which has come up cleaning up the lake. It's a business where it's making at the same time directly contributing towards the sustainable development goals. So it's an opportunity. This morning I was in a college where we were trying to speak, KG Reddy College, where I was evaluating the innovations, the ideas of the students who have done, which are directly contributing towards the sustainable development goals. There are ideas, there is knowledge, and it has to be mapped globally. And this has to be nurtured. Then business can happen. So I would like to take you a little more information. If you look at this piece of land, it's a land where we see it just gravel, and it has turned to be like a road after several rains. The soil and all has been washed away. And what can we do with this place? Can we cultivate something? The challenge is like, so mapping of ELSA is a global index. We need to look at planet is a global index where we need to try to map essential life support areas. That is the highest priority today we are trying to speak about, and the serious concern of global institutions. How do we target biodiversity, climate adaptation, human well-being? So stakeholders consultation process, we need to come together to consult on how we take it forward. So we try to bring in experts across the sectors. And one thing I appreciate GCPIN is this, which we are trying to bring in. We are bringing all sectors to one place, use the expertise, build capacity, and take it up so that there is some kind of change which can be bring in. Reflect on the policies. So people who are working towards the goals, every state or the country or a global, we have different policies which needs to be looked at it and used and practiced, which can relate for the development goals. So countries who are using maps, with different maps of identifying ELSAs, and the policies which can be built based on restoration process or the management process, or how do we protect on that process. Every country is trying to prioritize, and it is important for all of us to work towards it. So how I have coined on few steps of analyzing these things. So just would like to showcase national development plan we can have, or you can have it at your own location development plan. You can bring in biodiversity strategy and action plan towards it, or national strategy action, climate change, or you can even look at water policies. The picture you see at the background, it's a shot which I have captured by myself. The beautiful earth, but it's limited to only few locations, which needs to be worked on. So opportunities everything is a business opportunity here. Environment, water, oceans. Oceans is a big thing. Of course, ocean is one of the biggest carbon user. So we are looking at how do we take these opportunities. So this is something again, how can we avoid negative impacts? So I have put this picture here. Earlier, I remember when I was in schooling, I used to have this soda and we call it as even goli soda. After a period of time, this particular soda was not seen in market. There were questions about hygienic, there were questions about the process of making it. But today, there's a huge demand again for this product, just because the crisis has been created into an opportunity and it's been transformed. So therefore, I think we need to look at all the negativities into a positive things. There's nothing called waste. I was talking to one student today. He was telling, I asked him this question, what do you mean by waste? He said waste management. He said that somebody's waste is an opportunity for me when you connect the dots. Somebody's waste is a business to somebody else, and it's protecting or directly impacting the universe. So that's how we need to look at the situations. So certain things how we can safeguard biodiversity conservation can happen, natural resource or pollution prevention, pesticides, especially soil, which we are looking at, has to be thought about it, where we can reduce gases emission. Okay, this is a framework which World Bank has given how we can work on these things. Good. I'm big fan of women. In fact, women are we call women as earth. We call earth mother. Women are the mother. So if you look at the picture here, I was very closely analyzing this. The lady who's riding this cart, the only business they have is collecting trash. You look, her husband is tired, he's sleeping on that. And this lady, she's putting her strength completely towards her work. So wherever women are involved, women leadership is participated, women-led businesses are yielding more response. They're able to create a big impact to the community. So therefore, it's very important we bring in more women entrepreneurs into the business, women to work towards more on the sustainable development goals. Therefore, at least we can create some big impact towards the goal which is in front of us. So I'm happy that there are a lot of women who are participating in this meeting today here, and I want to salute all the women. So if you look at local-led businesses, community-led businesses, small businesses where you can create a global impact. See, there's a business which is happening with soil. There is nowhere biodiversity being affected. If you look at here on the left-hand side, it's purely nowhere that is causing any kind of damage to the climate. And these women, it's completely mechanical, which they're trying to work on certain industries. If you look at these slides, how safe they are working towards nature. We need to analyze. We need to think on how can we take it forward in this one. So I would like to stop here with this quote and take questions if you have. If you want to succeed, choose from your failures. That will advance your success. So it's high time, by the time we realize that sustainable development goals are critical for us, it's high time. And today we are speaking about climate change. We are speaking about several incidents which are happening just because of climate change. There was a situation when one of the farmer was telling me this. He's not sure about his agriculture. He's cultivating it, he's sowing the seed, he's giving all the investment, but he says that he's not sure whether the produce will come or not. And this person is cultivating since 40 years. So the situation, we can analyze the situation, how bad the situations are. And it's time for us to wake up, to use and influence through our businesses towards the sustainable development goals. Therefore, we are responsible and we are answerable to the future generation. Thank you, Ananya. And I would like to take questions before sign off. You're on mute, Ananya.
Sir, you have referred ELSA. Can you please highlight what is ELSA? A brief
Oh, great.
summary.
Very good observation question. So ELSA is something the word itself speaks about essential life support areas. ELSA is basically water. Wherever there is a water body, there is greenery surrounding it. There is life, birds, animals coming in. Actually, human beings are also attracted to water. Wherever there is water, they come and settle down there because there is water. There is vegetation which comes into it. There is agriculture which goes in. And it's very important that now we are becoming concrete deserts. No, it's time to rebuild ELSAs. We need to identify the lakes. If there are no lakes, there are lakes which have been dried up. It's very important for us to bring back the life. Therefore, there is life around it. So it's very important, and that is one of the core areas which I am working on it. Thank you for that question, Ananya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Katta. And how to build sustainable business? What are the ways we can build sustainable businesses?
So first thing I would like to say is the behavioral change. Behavioral change can bring a transformation in your business, and that is sustainable business. If you are responsible for any business which you are doing and you are answerable, then automatically you will try to control the maximum of emissions which you are trying to release, or you will try to work in such a way that people are responsible and they'll consider without. So I just had a discussion very recently with one of the companies. Somebody was saying that carbon credits, when they were trading, people are like doing it as a business rather than it's a responsibility. One thing is they're the biggest emitters. Second thing is, when doing trading of carbon credits, it is responsibility, right? One way you're spoiling the earth, and second way, again, you are bargaining something onto carbon credits. How do we expect the community to take that responsibility? Should someone invest from his pocket for somebody's carbon credits? It's something very important, that it's a behavioral change in the industry which needs to bring in. Therefore, everybody feels responsible towards it. Yeah, I think there's a question asking for about the circular economy.
Yes.
Circular economy is a very big topic. I think I don't want to take time. I have only 2 minutes. It's a very big topic, and it is individual, independent by itself. We can discuss that about offline. I'm available on LinkedIn. You can connect with me.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Katta, for your answers. Thank you.
So before I think I sign off, I would like to wish all the women a very happy Women's Day in advance. Okay. Have a great time.
Thank you for your wish, advance wish, and thank you so much. And now our next speaker is Miss Silvana Mariel Munoz, founder, director, and CEO of Family Businesses Global Movement. She is multilingual speaker, online and offline, teams and masterminds facilitator, podcaster, and author. She is also a coach and mentor for multicultural family businesses and family offices. And today she will be sharing her knowledge on the topic, when sustainability is the business, scaling your fundamentals. Over to you, Ms. Silvana.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to me. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this summit. It's an amazing topic to talk about. And I think that is part of our DNA, or should be, as an essence, to be sustainable as humans, as being, because we need to involve the animals and the plants also, and the minerals. This is a session that I can promise that I didn't prepare with Kumar Khatan and the previous speaker, but we are so aligned. I'm not going to touch the technical issues about sustainability. It's more a call to action and call to reflect about this. So let me start with a question after congratulate both speakers that I could listen earlier, because there was amazing presentation. Just let me start asking you, what is the word that you have in mind when we talk about sustainability? Just write in the chat to check what are you thinking about when you talk about sustainability. Break the ice. Which is the word that you have in mind? Good. Responsibility, accountability. Great.
Yeah. Sustainability. Hi, this is Mamta. I'm into lighting and
Just write, please. Yes, because we are not going to do a dialogue. Maybe then in the question you can ask, and we can open, if Ananya allows, we can open the microphone. But just now, just to have some words, no? And what is for? What is the sustainability for? What is the objective? What is the purpose of the sustainability? I have no recipes for this. So the idea is to open our mind, is to open future. It's okay, future. I love these three words because you didn't talk about an area in special, yes? So what is for? And if I value our quality living, I love it. I love it. I love it. And not just for us, is for the future generation also. And this is what is for, yes? We need to ensure a future. This is what I need to share with you, and I want to share with you. It's not about just the present, it's not just about us, it's about the future generations and the planet health for having a future. And this is why the topic I chose was the sustainability as a business in itself, yes, and how we can scale it. And when we do everything daily, we just need to talk and we just need to think about that, as a proverb, another proverb said, it should be good for me, good for you, and good for everyone. Yes, we are not alone. We live in communities. We are world citizens, and this is a little change of the mindset we need to do. And this is why I say sustainability is my business, is your business, and is our business. And we need to move on this topic and this essential thing to keep living all together. Yes, and this is not just about economical business. It's about life sustainability, and I love this. As agricultural engineer, I'm agricultural engineer since 30 years ago. So at the time I was starting working with farmers, I remember that that day we started to talking about sustainability in the 3 areas, yes, like the good practices we need to do to keep the balance between the environment, the equity, and the economical issue. So as business, we have a responsible a responsibility to take care of the soil, to take care of the nature, the animals, the vegetables, yes, the oxygen that we have to breathe. But nowadays, it's much more than this. It's about sustainable human, sustainable being, yes, and we are focused more on this. So the UN Development and Sustainable Commission says that the sustainability have to meet the needs of the present without commitment the needs of the future generations. And this is the kickoff of this. And you have well written these words, the same words I wanted to explain and to share with you. So what we need to remind first, because this is a call to action, no? A call to reflect. We need to think that we are not the owners of the planet. We just have the planet and the world and each country to live, to stay here, to pass this life, to take all that we need, or better saying, better speaking, we can take what we need, but don't exploding it. Yes, we need to do a balance between what we take and what we give, because we need to ensure the future for the next generations. So our country is not our country. It's just a little space. We should be responsible to take care of the planet and to take actions and to give solutions all together for build the huge puzzle, I say, that is the life. And each one of us has a little and unique piece of the huge puzzle that is our contribution. And we need to discover how we can contribute to this whole sustainability, or I say a comprehensive sense of the sustainability, yes? So all it makes sense if we have a planet that is sustainable, but with non-healthy humans, animals, and plants? Does it make sense to have sustainable business diminishing the nature and the planet, or even more, diminishing the humanity? So we need to think the sustainability as a system. We are systems, all interconnected, and this is a systemic issue to attend. All together, we can't just think about our country, our community, ourselves. Yes, we need to think with empathy, with resilience, with solidarity, with collaboration. We need to act in a joint action, but not just thinking about disasters that are coming if we are going to come and are reflecting our actions by now. But we can save the planet, we can save ourselves as humans, even when we are not going to live for more than 100 years, yes? But the fact is that we can leave a legacy. Maybe we are not going to live for more than 100 years, but our actions are going to keep lived alive, yes, through our legacy. And this is the time for write the best storytelling we can all together, thinking about little things daily we can contribute to the sustainability. So if we have a sustainable and healthy human, plant, and animal, we can have sustainable businesses. We can have sustainable economies. environments, societies, yes, societies, or social communities, we can build a future generation sustainability, and the sustainability is a worth. And this is the important thing. We need to take care, because this is a treasure. This is the legacy we are going to leave, and we are going to allow the planet survive for a long time ahead and forward. And we need to give solutions, or to explore what are the solutions altogether, because the system needs a balance. We need I talk about need, no? I use a lot the word need, because sustainability is about a balance between needs that we take, we cover, and we need to recover what we take. Nowadays, I'm launching an e-magazine that I call Fashionability. Is to focus on the comprehensive sense sustainability. And when I say fashionability, it's not about fashion. It's just a word game that I love to do. That is, I don't like that the sustainability becomes a fashion. I want the sustainability become a sustainable fashion that we wear daily as part of our skin. Yes, it should be a part of our essence, of our life. And like Kumar Datta say, it's about behaviors that we need to change, habits we need to change. And it's not something huge to do. It's just little things, little promises we can do for ourselves and for everyone to contribute with this little piece that is unique in the huge puzzle. So the first things I believe, and I think it's necessary to love the planet, is to love ourselves, is to have self-love. And when I say this, it's because the self-love has a sense, has a relationship, and a straight relationship to the fact of being sustainable. If we don't take care about ourselves, about our actions, about our overwhelmed works, for example, or our health, our habits, our way to live, it's probable that we are not being sustainable. And if we are not being sustainable as a reflect, as a mirror, perhaps our business will not be sustainable. We are not be empathy with what is happening around us, and we couldn't contribute to the sustainability of the world. So for me, it's too important to think and to start as a kickoff working with our own sustainability, not taking it as an ego issue. It's further more than this. Is value our life. If we can value our life, we are surely value the rest. We are going to value the life of others. So we are going to take actions that don't diminish the life of the rest of the world. Yes, I think that this is a huge change of mindset we need to do. We are not alone here. We need to think about others and how our actions impact in others. And this is love. And this is thinking as community, yes, as humanity. So as we are system, we need to act and think about system. Yes, and I would like to ask you.
Ma'am, you are on mute.
Sorry, I touched with the paper. I touched well, don't worry. The keywords. I was asking you if you can share on the chat, what is your commitment about sustainability? What are the little actions that you are taking to contribute to be sustainable for yourself and for others and for the world? Yes. What are these little actions you are taking daily? You can share on the chat. I can share you, for example, this last year, I allow me to buy second-hand clothes. And I discover now that is one of the community awareness things. And I realized that now is one of the topics that the fashion industry is talking about and is working about. It's like someone earlier was asking about circular economy business, yes? And this is an example. There are a lot of fashion industries and a lot of businesses that are recycling, for example, the material they use. They take a profit of the waste material and they recycle, or they take profit of this material that maybe could be discarded. Yes, this is a second opportunity, a second chance of life that we give to the material, and this is part of the circular economy business. So one of the contribution is reusability. It's okay. Yes, this is another action we can take daily. But there are a lot of things we can do. It's not just how we can earn energy or we can waste less of the things we use. Yes. I would like that you reflect about yourself, how you can diminish your environment from your business, from your actions daily, and how you can give solutions to this. What are your promises you can do for this year? Is there any difference in sustainable business and business sustainability? Way, yes, sustainable business and business sustainability. Yes, we can think about this. Just give me a second that I finish the concept. I would like that you think about 10 promises you can do for this year, contributing to the sustainability. Because you don't diminish with your action, or because you contribute with good actions. Yes. Thinking about, I'm going to answer the question. Sustainable business. Yes, sustainable business for me is the business that contribute with the performance to the 3 areas that I named earlier, with the environment, the ecology, environment or ecology is the same, with the its social corporate responsibility, and to the economy. And the business sustainability for me is how the business stay along the time for the future generation. For example, a family business. Yes, a family business, sustainability talks about what is the legacy they live while living, and when they pass away, in the case of the founder, to the next generation. For me, this is the difference between one and the other concept. It's answered, or any other question? The main thing that I want to remark is that we can work individually in our sustainability because it's our business. And the sustainability in itself is our business also. It's not just about science, it's not just about investigation, it's not just about money that we can put in some project. The first word that appears when I say, what is the word that appeared in your mind when I say sustainability, was responsibility. And we are accountables, yes, to give response to what we are doing and what we are having as result for our future planet and future generation. I'm relating all the words that you gave, giving value and quality to our life, and not just our life, the future one. How can micro, small, and medium businesses be sustainable in true sense? Oh, amazing question. How can micro, small, and medium businesses be sustainable in true sense? What is true sense for you? First, because we can be talking about different things. The one that make the question, what is true sense for me? For me, it's comprehensive sense. I don't know if there is a true sense or a fake sense, right? It's okay. For me, how they can get it is trying to have a systemical sustainability. I mean, getting healthy and sustainable employees, healthy and sustainable economy or financial issues inside the business, ensuring that with your small business, you are not diminishing the environment, the social aspect, and helping others to grow and to be sustainable. It doesn't matter if you are small, medium, or large. For me, the responsibility is the same. For me, is to create wealth altogether. Yes, not just the economical wealth. For me, is much more than this. Is wealth in all senses. A legacy is the best wealth we can have and we can live. Any another question? I don't know if I respond what courageous leadership looks like and how to harness the power of employees. Well, it's a huge topic to talk about because part of your responsibility as owner or leader of a business, you need to encourage your employees to give their best potential, to make true the potential they have, to go beyond their limits, to go beyond their barriers. And this is part of being sustainable also. And if your employees are sustainable, you are going to be sustainable as business because you can't do your business alone. You mutually need, yes? You mutually need one each other. Any business can be sustainable just because the owner, the founder, or the family in itself. When I work with family business, almost or mostly the family business, even when they are small, they work with others. They work with stakeholders. They work with shareholders. They work with internal and external stakeholders. And part of these are the employees. So we need to ensure that the health and the well-being of the employees are part of our responsibility, yes, and our impact. It's no good to be a rich business if you have the same idea with your employees. If your employees are passing bad times, yes, we need to be solidarity in this. We need to have solidarity about this, taking them as part of the business and to, yes, to ensure the sustainability inside your business. Why the next unicorns must have in, oh, I don't know. I don't have the recipes. I don't have all the answers, but I love to explore and to discover the answers for the questions. We could ask them for it, because I don't have the answer. I know that they have the sustainability, even the diversity in their DNA, but I don't know why. Maybe because the humanity evolves day by day in some topics and evolved in another, yes? And maybe this is one of the points. I think that their brains are more evolved because maybe they suffered the impact of the natural disasters or of the poverty that they live daily, and they have another idea, they have the solution, or they want to, as we say to the next gen, they are the change makers. No, they have this need in their DNA to change the world. I work with them and I say, and they say, we want to change the world. I don't know if we can change the world, but we can make some changes that, as consequence, could change the world. Yes, for me, it's a little suburb. It's as if I say, I want to change the world. I can't. Surely I can't. I can contribute for the change, but alone I can't. But we need to listen more the next gen, and we need to learn about them, because they have a fresh blood, as I say, no, with new ideas, new solutions, and it's a mutual learning. It's a journey that we can discover mutually, learning one from each other. Anything else? We have 3 minutes more.
Thank you, Ms. Silvana. Thank you, Ms. Silvana, for your answers and your participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So I would like to call our next speaker, Ms. Leonie Vaz, Head of Sustainability and Innovation at Haley's Fabric PLC, Sri Lanka. She has 12 years of experience in the textile industry, including 10 years in both R&D and production in garment dyeing and washing, and she will be sharing her insights on the topic ESG approach in manufacturing sector, fashion industry. Over to you, Ms. Vaz.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
So let me share my screen first. So I have presentation. Let me share my screen. So hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
All right. Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So greetings from Sri Lanka. So again, I would like to thank you very much for having me on the Global Sustainable Business Summit 2023. And so I have been given the opportunity to discuss on the environment and social impact in the textile industry, textile and fashion industry, and the importance of the ESG approach in the fashion industry. So let me begin with a quote from Mahatma Gandhi. There is no beauty in the finest cloth if it makes hunger and unhappiness. Having said that, the fashion industry is a huge business all around the world because of clothing, and the demand for new fancy and stylish clothing is never ending. So we
Ms.
all know
Bas,
that.
hello.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption. Kindly on your camera, please.
The thing is actually, Ananya, because of the bandwidth, because I am out of the city, so because of the bandwidth, I can't continue the video with the the presentation.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
So once I complete this thing, I'll start my video.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, all right. We know that the demand for new fancy and styling clothing, that is never ending. We all are using new clothes and new fashions and all. So at the other hand, in the international level, in the international market, many people are working and earning through this field. So over the past 20 years, the cost of clothing has decreased. And also we all know that we have 5 times as many garments as our grandparents had. I think we all agreed with that, because we have many garments than our grandparents had, even our parents had, right? So, so this continuous accumulation of cheap garment, that is only possible because of constantly reduction of the production cost. So this is seriously consequences on our health, our planet, and also on our garment workers' lives. So let us now see some of the environmental and social impacts from the textile industry. So the global warming, air pollution, and so water pollution, land pollution and biodiversity loss, marine pollution, and social pollutions are some of the consequences because of this textile and fashion industry. So the fashion industry is the second largest polluter in the world. So that is just after the oil industry. So, and the environment damage is increasing as the industry grows. So according to the World Bank, they have mentioned that the fashion industry, this is responsible for 10% of annual global carbon emissions. And which is, when we comparing that emission, which is more than all international flights and maritime shipping combined. So it's more than that. So we can see the impact from the fashion industry. And also, not only that, the textiles are the 4th highest pressure category for the use of primary resources and water. So that is after food, housing, and transportation. And also, so we should know this, the textile industry consumes approximately 215 trillion liters of water per year. This is not only the water contaminated with chemicals and cleansing agents and also microfibers. Those are being released in the ocean. And when considering the social impact, the social sustainability, there are a lot of impacts, including working hours, structure, the diversity in leadership, wages, job security, gender discrimination, gender and race discrimination is there, safe and hygienic work conditions are there, and also supply chain management. Even the supply chain management also, we can have these problems. So because of this, considering all the challenges and impact in the fashion and textile industry, the industry itself, they move towards ESG approach. We all know that ESG, environment, social and governance, this is a framework designed for the organization and countries to assess how far they are with their sustainability goals. So it is a collection of non-financial, especially non-financial factors that evaluates an organization's governance mechanism and its competence to effectively manage its environment, social and governance impacts. So most of the textile companies, textile and apparel industry, now they're raising their ESG initiatives in response to growing government action and also rising pressure from consumers, because most of the customers, most of the buyers, they are from Europe and North America and from those areas. So they are very keen on these areas. So the rising pressure from consumers and investors across the globe, because of that, the manufacturer, the textile manufacturer and the garment manufacturer should follow this ESG framework, and they have to follow all the guidelines under ESG approach. So having said that, now let's see further on negative impacts for environment sustainability and what are the solutions, what we can do to eliminate or reduce these effects to the environment. So as I mentioned you earlier, the fashion industry accounts like around 5 to 10 of global greenhouse gas emissions, and these 70 billion oil barrels are used every year to produce polyester. This is basically from production to the production to packing to transportation for all the life cycle. Throughout the life cycle, we can see the emissions are there. The emissions, the total 5 to 10 emissions, including all the life cycle areas, all sectors in this during the manufacturing and production and transportation. So, and also we know the synthetic fibers such as polyester and nylon, these are used in the majority of our clothes. So those are made from fossil fuels. And this is making production much more energy intensive than with the natural fibers. So what we can do to reduce this issue? So we can choose natural fibers. And also we can buy better quality garments. We can mend clothes, and also we can buy clothes made in countries powered by more renewable energies. We can move, the production facilities can move to the renewable energies such as solar installation and all. We can go to the biomass boilers for the steam generation. So likewise, we can go to the renewable energies, and we can buy clothes made out of the countries powered by more renewable energy. And when it comes to the water pollution, in most of the countries in which garments are produced, we know that the untreated toxic wastewater from textile factories are dumped directly into the rivers. 20% of the industrial water pollution that is also comes from the textile treatment and dyes. And we know that the wastewater, the textile waste contains a lot of toxic substances such as lead, mercury. There are a lot more toxic substances are there. So these are extremely harmful to the aquatic life, especially to the aquatic life and the health of millions of people living by those river banks. The contaminations are also, finally, it's reached sea and eventually spread around the globe. So this is also one of the consequences because of this industry. So another major issue, major source of water contamination is the use of fertilizer for cotton production. We know for the cotton materials, the cotton production, during the cotton production, there are a lot of water contaminations. The chemical and water contamination is there. So which is heavily pollute runoff waters and evaporation waters. And apart from that, the water consumption is also a major environmental impact. You know, So we should know this. To produce one cotton t-shirt, it requires 2,700 liters of water, which is equal to the amount one person would drink in 2.5 years. So imagine 2,700 liters of water to produce single t-shirt, which is equal to the amount one person would drink in 2.5 years. This is also a major issue, a major environmental impact in the industry. So to reduce this, what can we do? We can use organic fibers and natural fibers. And also we can, to reduce the water pollution, we can use quality chemicals, and also we can natural dyes. We can use natural dyes instead of synthetic dyes. And then microfiber contamination. So we know 190,000 tons of textile microplastic fibers are going into the oceans each year. Every time we wash a synthetic garment, so as an example, polyester garment or a nylon garment, about around 700,000 individual microfibers are released into the water. So it's huge. So making their way, finally it goes to the ocean. And scientists, they have discovered that the small aquatic organisms ingest those microfibers, and these are then eaten by small fish, and which are later eaten by bigger fish, introducing plastic into our food chain. So finally end up with our food chain. So what can we do about to reduce this issue? So we can choose natural or semi-synthetic fibers. So we can wash clothes only when you need to. And also wash clothes at a lower temperature. So we can reduce that microfiber issue. We can even like around the temperature 30 to 35 Celsius degrees. If we can use that, we can reduce this issue during washing. And the next issue is the waste generation. This is also another major challenge in the textile industry. So you all can see now the equivalent of one garbage truck of textile is wasted every second. So clothing has clearly become disposable. As a result, we generate more and more textile waste. So now let's get an example. Let's take a family in Europe. They throws away an average of 11 kilograms of clothing each year. So out of the textile, out of the clothing and out of all our apparels, garments, only 15% is recycled or donated, and the rest, the 85%, that goes to directly goes to the landfill or incinerator. Again, it's a pollution. Landfill or the incineration, both. It's a pollution. So and also we know that this synthetic fibers such as polyester, those are plastic fibers, polyester. So therefore non-biodegradable, and also this take up to 200 years, around 200 or more than 200 years to decompose. So synthetic fibers are used, most of the times we are using synthetic fibers. So 69%, generally 69% of our clothing that is from synthetic fibers. So it will take 200 to 200 plus years for the decomposition. It's an environmental impact. So how can we reduce these issues? Again, we can use most of the time, if we can switch to the natural fibers or semi-synthetic fibers, we can reduce this issue. And also we can buy less and buy better quality, and also we can recycle our garments. And chemicals, that is also one of the major components in our clothes. So this is basically during the fiber production, dyeing, bleaching, and wet processing of each of garments, we use chemicals. So the heavy use of chemicals in cotton farming, as I mentioned you earlier, that again it's an issue. And also we should now here thousands of people die for cancer and miscarriages every year as a result of chemicals sprayed on cotton. And again, a large portion of all chemical produced worldwide are used for the textile industry. So here actually to reduce this issue, to minimize this issue, as a textile manufacturer or an apparel garment manufacturer, we should make sure that we are using good quality chemicals. We can't use any toxic chemicals to our production. So we can choose organic fibers, we can choose sustainable brands, and also as a consumer, as a manufacturer, we should know about the quality of the standards. There are a lot of standards in the textile industry. One is zero discharge of hazardous chemical is one of the standard in the textile industry. So we have to, because of this issue, they have given us a couple of standards. So we have to make sure that we are not using any kind of hazardous chemicals as a manufacturer. So as a consumer, even we can wash new clothes before using them for the first time. So from that, we can eliminate the contamination to the skin or mainly to the skin. We can eliminate that issue. And also we can look at the tag and we can make sure that the garments with certification labels, the controlling chemical contents such as Ocotex, GOTS, and Blue Sign or ZDHC. Likewise, as I mentioned you earlier, there are a lot of chemical standards now in the market and in the manufacturing, the textile manufacturing industry. So we can have those, we can make sure that we are taking this kind of garments because most of the time they include these certifications and they include these labels in the tag. So we can have a look on the tag and we can choose wisely. And also the rainforest, the biodiversity issue, this thing. This is every year, thousands of hectares of endangered and ancient forest, those are cut down and replaced by plantations of trees, which is used to make wood-based fabrics such as rayon, viscose, and modal. Now you all can see 200 million trees are cut down each year to make clothes, and 30% of rayon and viscose that is coming from endangered and ancient forest. 6% of the global apparel industry use forest-based fabrics. This is a threat for the rainforest and the biodiversity. So now even we can, as a producer, as a manufacturer, we can reduce this kind of lyocell, rayon or modal or viscose, and instead of that we can have this the natural fibers instead of this kind of wood-based fabric. So how to reduce the fashion, the environmental impact in the fashion industry? Those are some of the tips, I mean, some of the to reduce the impact. So we can buy less and we can buy clothes from sustainable brands. We can always, we can check the brand, we can check the type of the fabric, we can check the fiber composition, we can always use natural fibers, we can always use natural dyes. We can, when we buying that, we can consider that points as well. And also we can buy second hand, or we can rent clothing, and also buy better quality ones, and think twice before throwing or throwing out your clothes. We can do these small things. If we can implement, if we can have these small things, we can even we can contribute to reduce the environment impact from the fashion industry, I mean, as a consumer. And those are some of the environmental impacts, because with the time constraint, I have included a few areas of the environmental impacts. And when it comes to the social impact, we should keep in mind that the fashion industry, This also has been criticized for its negative social impacts against many sustainable development goals of 2030 agenda, including decent work and economic growth, gender equity, and reduce inequalities. So these are some of the examples for the health and safety issues which we have faced during last decade in the textile manufacturing industry. One is 140 people were killed in a fire at Bangladesh, 2013, and 230 workers died and 279 were injured in 2021 in the textile and garment industry. And the major this is the Rana Plaza that was a strategy because of the collapse of the Rana Plaza in 2013, that is killing 1,134 garment workers in Dhaka, Bangladesh. This is unacceptable working conditions of the whole fashion industry to the world. So employees usually work with no ventilation, breathing in toxic substances, inhaling fiber dust or blasted sand in unsafe buildings. Accidents, fires, injuries, and diseases are very frequent occurrence on the textile production sites. So on top of that, a lot of workers regularly face verbal and physical abuse. In some cases, when they fail to meet their daily targets, they're insulted or not allowed to drink water. They don't have time because they have to meet their targets. So working hours, when it comes to the working hours, normally garment workers, they're forced to work 14 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. During peak seasons, they may work until 2 to 3 a.m. to meet the fashion brand's deadline. So those are the issues we had in this industry. Those are the issues we had, right? And also the child labor and forced labor. 160 million children in the world are forced to work, and because the fashion industry requires low skilled labor. Child labor is particularly common in this industry. So, and 1 million people are forced to leave regular jobs, especially in the Uzbekistan, in the cotton industry, the cotton cultivation industry. 1 million people are forced to leave regular jobs and pick cottons in the Uzbekistan. And children were mobilized and taken out of the school to harvest cotton in Uzbekistan. Still this issue, the Uzbekistan issue is still there. The earlier ones, actually, we had that issue, but now as a solution for social sustainability, because as I mentioned you earlier, most of the apparel and textile manufacturers are working with world-renowned brands. So they are very keen on these sustainable areas. They are very keen on not only the environmental impact, the social impact as well. They are very keen on those areas. So because of that, we had to go to that sustainable, for the solutions for these social issues as well. So in this case, actually, to reduce these issues, now the textile industry is following social compliance. So social compliance, that is, refers to how a business protect the health and safety of their employees and supply and distribution chain. So by complying to international social compliance standards, so we can improve, the manufacturer can improve the brand reputation among consumers and competitors. They can boost productivity. They can improve the health and hazardous, they can reduce the health hazards in the workplace. And also there is another there is another solution. We call it code of conduct, because in the textile industry we are following this code of conduct. This is including freedom of association, the right to organize, the right to collective bargaining, and the wage. We can talk about the wage. Even we can we can talk about our hours of working hours, health and safety of the work condition, and no discrimination, no forced labor and child labor. So those are the things in the code of conduct. And hope you all got an idea about negative impacts of the textile industry. So let me give you some ESG approaches and some of our success stories. Now we have up to now we talk about the negative impact, environment and social impact in the textile industry. But I'm representing Haley's Fabric Sri Lanka, the largest fabric manufacturer in Sri Lanka. So let me share some of the success stories we have taken at Haley's Fabric to improve the environment and social sustainability. I'm not going to talk about the governance, even though we are following in our ESG framework. We are following all the 3 dimensions: environment, social, and governance. I'm not going to talk about the governance. So let me more talk into the environment side. So we are mainly working with world-renowned brands such as Victoria's Secret, Nike, PVH, Decathlon, and Intimissimi. And this is our environment strategy, because we are using, we are following all the global agenda, especially the 2030 agenda, especially the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So based on that, we have created our own ESG framework. Under ESG framework, this is our environment sustainability. This is our strategy for to go to the 2030, to achieve the 2030 agenda. So under that, we have the biodiversity conservation, we have materials and waste management, we have chemical management, we have sustainable innovations, we have energy and emission management, and also water management. So we have in here, we referred some of the SDG goals. You can see SDG number 15, 7, 13, 6, 14, 9, and 12. We are following all these areas under environment sustainability. So the main effort to reduce the carbon dioxide emission or the global warming. So for that, actually, here you can see this is our factory, and so we have the largest solar roof in Sri Lanka. So it is like around 9,000 solar panels across 18,000 square meters. And from this, actually, we reduce our emissions. From this, the reduction is like around 4,065 total carbon dioxide equivalent. And also, we have implemented ISO 50,000 because we know that because we have realized that we should save energy and should follow a proper energy management system by setting benchmarks and methodical approaches to reduce the global warming. So we have achieved this ISO 50,001, and also to get the scientific approach. We all know that the science-based target initiatives aligning with the Paris Agreement. So we have committed for the science-based target initiatives, as well as to limiting the global temperature rising below 1.5 Celsius degrees. And so with all these efforts, our renewable energy percentage is like around 71%. And we cover SDG number 7, affordable and clean energy, and SDG number 13, climate action by these projects. And when it comes to the water conservation, as I mentioned to you earlier, we all know that the textile manufacturing is one of the main input material is water. So our daily water consumption is around 5,000 cubic meters. So that is 5 million liters, 5,000 cubic meters per day. So in our facility, we maintain effluent treatment plant, which can cater again, it's 5,000 cubic meters per day. We are following 3 main purification methods: mechanical treatment, biological treatment, and chemical treatment. And we make sure to align with all the national, Sri Lankan national, and all the international testing parameters in the discharge of the wastewater. And also we are a member of CEO Water Mandate. Again, it's part of United Nations Global Compact. And here we are mainly we have 6 areas to be considered: direct operations, supply chain, collective actions, and community engagement. For transparent, even for the transparency, we calculate our water footprint. Not only the water footprint, we do calculate our carbon footprint as well, because we have to disclose that the carbon and water footprint both in our annual report. So we have that transparency. And also we are a part of, as I mentioned you earlier, we are a part of zero discharge of hazardous chemical. So from these
Hello. Ms. Vas, are you there? Hello.
Yes, I'm there. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ananya, you can move to next speaker because I think
Okay.
the internet is down.
Yes, that's right. Okay. So thank you, Ms. Vas, for your presentation. And our next speaker is Suhas R. Joshi, Head Sustainable and Business Stewardship South Asia at Bayer Group. Mr. Suhas is currently heading Bayer's carbon business in India. He is presently leading the development of Bayer's carbon farming venture. He has held senior positions in some of India's leading agriculture business companies, with his experience ranging from sustainable development and marketing to strategic planning. He has hands on understanding of contract farming operations, setting up farm based supply chain, handling legal and ethical issues, and he will be sharing his knowledge on the topic sustainable as a business driver. Over to you, Mr. Suhas.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. 29 minutes I have. I try to finish my presentation or talk in, say, 25 minutes or little less than that, and then we can have question and answers. I try to finish my monologue as soon as possible. Gentlemen and ladies, I would be showing some charts, but select charts, not complete talk is driven by PowerPoint. Let me start with some interesting facts. Agriculture contributes to around, say, 20 to 25%, according to various estimates, to the global GHG gas emissions. So it's a very important contributor to the global warming. And within agriculture, the most important crop, particularly for South Asia and also for India, the rice crop contributes around 10 to 12% of total anthropogenic methane emissions. Now, why this is important? Because as most of you belong to sustainability community, you know there are 3 GHG gases: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. Methane is 28 times, say, more damaging, or 28 times the global warming potential is 28 for methane. And interestingly, there are very few sources of methane which can be influenced by current level of science and technology, which we can try to mitigate and significantly influence with our current understanding. There are very few sources, hardly, I would say, 5, 6 sources which we can possibly influence. And within those 4 or 5 key sources, rice crop is a very important contributor, a important source, which we have a potential to work on. Now, why this crop is important in Asia or globally, because Asia is a major rice producer, more than 150 million hectares of rice, hectares of land is under rice production, and within India, it's more than 44, approximately 44 million hectares. And each hectare of rice, again, it could vary, but on an average, or say broadly, emits around 8 to 10 tons of CO2 equivalent per season. Now imagine the kind of emissions coming out of the paddy rice fields. Now, sustainability as a business driver topic given to us, and for me, rice is a very important business driver because we as a buyer group operate in two key business segments, that is pharmaceuticals and agriculture. And agriculture being very important vertical for us, the engagement with the rice crop, rice farmers becomes a key business driver for us. Now let me explain to you how does it impact us and what exactly we are doing. Some examples, and then that is accompanied by talk. I hope my screen is visible. Can someone confirm, please?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, visible.
Excellent. Thank you. So we operate in three verticals: pharmaceuticals, which mainly prescription medication with focus on women's health care, cardiovascular diseases, oncology, neurology, hematology. Total annual revenue approximately say 17-18 billion euros, approximately 40,000 employees. Another consumer health, annual revenue approximately 5-6 billion euros and around 11,000 plus employees. And key vertical is crop science. A world leader in agriculture, we are offering innovative solutions to the farmers. Annual revenue around 18 to 20 billion euros and say 30,000 plus employees working in crop science. Now, crop science, we engage with the farmers worldwide. And these farmers could be smallholder farmers in Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the large farmers in Australia, in Latin America, in US, and in Europe, who hold thousands of hectares of land, while in India we have farmers who the holding would be 2-3 hectares per family. And when we deal with farmers, we particularly deal in seeds, trades, crop protection, digital farming, and environmental solutions. Now, within this, when we deal with the farmers, it is very important that we build long-term and sustainable relationships with the farmers. This is a key success factor for us. And to build the long-term relationship, we always try to explore various opportunities, various avenues where we can engage with our customer base more strongly. And the opportunity we are currently exploring and working on that gives us a tremendous leverage and a chance to have additional engagement possibilities with our farmer customer, and that is carbon farming. Sustainability, our goals. We are member of this we have the SBTi targets. We want to be 100% carbon neutral by 2030, and one of the very few companies where the executive compensation is tied to sustainability goals. And in addition to our carbon neutrality goals, there are three specific things uh, we have decided to achieve as a part of our overall sustainability objectives that we call 30-30-100 goals. And that the first 30 in this is we want to reduce the GHG gas emissions in the crops we operate in. So that would mean the key crops where we deal in, one being rice, we would try to bring down the GHG gas emissions by 30%. And that's where the genesis of this carbon project, which I'm talking about. Agriculture is one of the most climate sensitive industry because the impact of global warming, the erratic rainfall, the change in temperature, that directly impacts crop production. If there is an erratic off-time rainfall, which could impact the crop in the field, if the temperature changes, the crop growth can be impacted, and therefore the income of the farmers, and in our country, the income of the smallholder farmers. So it's a this industry is sensitive to climate change, and therefore it's important that we bring some focus to this sector when it comes to climate mitigation. Just some numbers to give you a broader perspective. McKinsey has estimated and forecasted that given the carbon neutrality targets of a number of big and medium-sized companies over the next 10, 20, 30 years, the demand for voluntary carbon credits will increase significantly, 15 times by 2030 and approximately more than 50 times by 2050. And to achieve the 1.5 degree warming target, we would require a huge supply of negative carbon emissions, in simple words, carbon offsets or carbon credits. And this presents us the opportunity to work in agriculture, work with the farmers in what we call as carbon farming. Here you can see on the left-hand side the estimated annual methane emissions in South Asia. You can see quite significant, second to China. And within that, 8.3% here are contributed by rice cultivation. Right-hand side, you can see the global emissions from top 10 contributing animal and plant-based foods. In plant-based, rice is on the top. Therefore, this crop is very important in order to reach our 1.5 degree or 2 degree goals. Why to focus on rice? It's the most important crop in South Asia, and anyone who is exposed to even a few agricultural farms who have seen some agricultural cultivation, rice cultivation, would know that rice is grown in around in say few inches of water. The water is always flooded, the field always remains flooded. The typical duration of rice crop is around 100 plus days, 120 days in a season. And every day farmer irrigates the farm in order to keep it flooded. Imagine the kind of water that is being used. Now, just to throw some statistics around here, the total available water in India, 80% of that is being consumed by agriculture. Only 10% approximately is being consumed by the industry. Another 10%, say domestic sector, the families and the domestic sector, 80% is consumed by agriculture. Within that 80%, 30 to 40% is consumed by paddy rice. Imagine out of 100, say for example, 100 liters of water, 100 billion or 100 square kilometers, whatever unit you take, 30 to 40% is consumed by paddy rice, which makes it very resource inefficient crop. And therefore, there is an opportunity, A, to reduce the GHG gas emissions in this crop, B, to reduce water consumption in this crop, C, a number of smallholder farmers are dependent on the crops, so their livelihood, the sustainable development goals, can also be significantly impacted if one works on this crop. And for us, a business driver for agricultural company, we build a very strong bond with our farmer customers in addition to our regular commercial operations and transactions. So what we are currently doing is we've been testing this model over the last 2 years. We believe that with reduction, introducing new cultivation practices which would reduce this flooding in the rice farms, one can reduce the GHG gas emissions by around 2 to 3 tons per hectare per season. And that change could be possible over 7 million hectares. Imagine yearly reduction in methane emissions from these 7 million hectares if we are able to reach this entire potential. Currently, we have covered in first year 3,000 and then 7,000, total 10,000 hectares. In coming years, we plan to cover hundreds of thousand hectares. And promoting certain water efficient and GHG efficient cultivation practices, which would reduce the emissions by 2 to 3 tons per hectare. Also reducing water consumption and sustainable development, impacting SDGs. We have a strong capabilities on the ground. We have a strong network, and that would help us to reach this goal much faster and relatively easy. These are the SDGs we would be impacting through this project. A number of them would be impacted by simply focusing on one crop and one activity, that is promoting those practices, agricultural practices, which are water efficient and GHG efficient. By doing this, it's not only about GHG. It's not only about water, because farmer first has to survive. He has to become more profitable. His income has to improve. So by doing this, his productivity will improve. His cost of cultivation will reduce. That means profitability will improve. Climate adaptation would be encouraged, and there could be additional income from the carbon markets, carbon credits. How does this help everyone? This helps the government in achieving doubling farmers' income policy objective. It helps companies like us to strengthen partnerships with the state and central government. This could help us and all the stakeholders to advance sustainable agriculture-related policy objectives, policy decisions. And there is a trend which is clearly seen currently in Europe and US, where customers started preferring more carbon efficient foods, more sustainable food. And this helps our business, our industry to also align our strategies, also align our work with the evolving customer preference. That's about PowerPoint. Happy to take questions and discuss further if you have any.
Hello. So I'd like to ask you questions. How do you engage micro, small, and medium enterprises across your value chain?
Micro, small, and medium what? Sorry.
How do you engage micro, small, and medium enterprises across your value chain?
Our one thing, we have a seed business, which is an important part of the crop science vertical. And that seed business, where our suppliers or our vendors are smallholder farmers. They produce seed for us. We help them to produce it. We buy it, we process it, and then we sell it in the market for the next crop. Now imagine small, medium enterprises. We are dealing with the smallest of possible enterprise. A farmer holding half an acre, 1 acre, 2 acre, potentially is the smallest of the enterprise and not focused upon by most of the industry. So this is the biggest engagement we have with the small enterprises and entrepreneurs. Of course, then there are a number of other small enterprises we work with at various levels of supply chain, but this is where the major engagement happens.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Thank you for your answer, sir. And next question I would like to ask: how to democratize small landowner in your contract farming?
I don't understand what do we mean by democratizing, because most of the contract farming is most of the parties are quite free to quite freely engage with each other. The company supports them during the season in terms of trainings, in terms of handholding, supporting with various inputs, and at the right price, the produce is brought back. I'm not sure what what do you mean by democratizing?
Thank you, sir, for your answer. Thank you, sir, for your answers and your presentation. And I would like to call our next speaker, Mr. John Gaffigan, founder and principal consultant, Gaffigan Consulting LLC. In 2014, Mr. John started a business development consultancy to help emerging green technology firms attain market traction. After graduating from Holy Cross from 1985 to 1997, he joined his first startup in 1997 to run sales for a high-efficiency interior lighting ballast manufacturer, FlexiWatt, and he will be sharing his insights on the topic. You have a compelling sustainability offering. That's great. How do you go to market? Over to you, Mr. John.
Well, I'll say good morning, good afternoon, or good night to everybody based upon where you are. Let me see, I can try to pull this up here. Why is this not? All right.
Sir, you are not audible. Kindly unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you are audible right now.
Okay, so I'm trying to get the screen to come up here. Bear with me. All right, so we see.
Yes, it's visible. Sir, you are again mute.
Okay, so you can see the screen here?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Oh, and you can control it at your end too if I want you to advance the slides. Let's see here. Apologies for this technical glitch
Yes,
here.
sir, we can do it. Yes.
You can do it on your own. Okay, great. So good morning, good afternoon, or good night based upon wherever you're viewing this today. What we're going to talk about in economics or economics is how you bring what I say is profit and planet together. I appreciate the intro on my background. What I've been doing for the past 8+ years is building a consultancy that will take innovative, high-tech, green technologies to market. And what I hope you get out of this talk today is whether you're on your first client or your 10th client, wherever you are in the season of your company's life, if you're a for-profit business, your top focus is to grow revenue, build your client portfolio, and be successful and be profitable. So I'd like everybody here to be able to build, thank you, build a durable venture that will stand the test of time. And now here on this, how do you grow your market? So I think back to my first boss. No, stay on that there. How do you build your market? My first boss in 1985, Rob Howard, said in a lobby of everybody assembled, young sales team, what is in common between the marble foyer, the draperies, the furniture, the PBX phone system, because we were all reps for RCA at the time. And after a little bit of discussion and confusion, he said, somebody sold these. And so what I mean by that is that there's a great deal of value in the transactional velocity of marketing products. So this is what we're going to talk about today, is how you're going to go to market. So go to number 3, please. And I'm going to take kind of like an investigator's eyes, like a whodunit spy thriller mystery here. There are 6 personas. The top 3 are internally facing personas. The bottom 3 are largely externally facing personas. But the success and the likelihood of success is that you, the innovator, have to be the one that is structuring a compelling storyline across that whole dial there. So go to number 4, please. And this is like the top question. Are you poised for success? And when I talk to founders, I talk to green technology companies, you as the innovator are the one that plays a key role in your corporate story. So again, taking an investigator's look, no, stay there, an investigator's look at how you are going to market. You know, you want to kind of take this spy thriller kind of thing. Are you doing everything humanly possible here? You have to exhibit market embracing actions in concert to create this positive business outcome. The only thing that matters is what your target market perceives the value of your product as being and how they can derive value in it. The last thing I'll say here before we go into this is that if one of your main rivals can put their logo on your value prop wall and it resonates, then you haven't really done things to be differentiated or be memorable. So let's go to slide 5 now. And here, when I talk about strategic positioning, and I could spend a lot of time on this, but within a competitive range, people are going to buy from who they know, they like, and they trust. And so whether you're in business to consumer, the financial decision maker is going to justify their purchase order based on an emotional hook. And your foundation of success is built on successfully presenting what I call as an executive eminence. You know, the executive eminence is how you are perceived in the market and how you are remembered. The same thing applies to how you do product development too. You have to do continuous process improvement. But let's look at each of these elements here. Being known, I mean, I am on the screen with you here today, so I am known to you. That's a relatively easy bar of success to be able to communicate to people. Being liked is almost as easy, but again, it just requires that you have an engaging personality, listen attentively, collaborate well, you know, with the people you're working with. But the third and final point here, this is the one that requires a little bit of extra attention. And it's a bit of an eye chart. You know, I believe the slides will be presented for folks, but this is the kind of the sum total of all the things that you need to be doing on a daily basis to gain trust. And trust is a very hard to explain type thing. You have it or you don't have it, but it's the cumulative effort that you are putting in all the time to being actively involved in commenting on issues germane to your industry, that you are involved with trade organizations, with LinkedIn groups that are tied to the product and service that you bring to market, that you are putting up provocative thought leadership pieces that are reviewed in the industry. All of these things cumulatively are going to build your trust, your prominence, your executive eminence. And you can do this yourself directly, or you can outsource these type of tasks to a digital agency. Let's go to the next slide, please. So then when you are talking about tactical go-to-market things, again, I could spend a half an hour on this topic alone. But what I want to relate to you folks is that I like the idea of lean interviewing. So what I mean by this, yeah, there's 15 total there. But what I like about lean interviewing is that it's a concept of inquiry before advocacy. And what I mean by that is that the first bullet up there, we talk about a minimal viable product. Once you have an offering that is stable and it has a compelling use case and people seem to like it, and you're going to go out to market, the second bullet talks about lean interviewing. And what I mean by this is that you're not doing any selling here. You're going and you're saying, I have a perception of problems that are germane to your industry. And are these type of things evident? Have you found these type of things? Now, whether it be a resource, a scarcity or paucity, or whether it be a proliferation of waste product, or any type of an issue out there that you feel that you can address and benefit, ask people that you think are part of your target market to get feedback and buy-in. You're not selling anything now. You're just trying to set the market so that when you are going to sell, that you are approaching the proper market so you don't burn through money before you get critical mass. Very important. The last point I'll say on here is that let's say you have a more mature product. You're a little bit more advanced in the season of your corporate growth. You know, you have 15 or 20 clients and you want to broaden your product out. You may at this instance say, we have seen X issue particular to Y industry, whatever that would be, and we have been able to provide remedy with a Z offering. You know, is this something that you have seen in your industry? So this allows you to expand within verticals where you have had early traction. It also allows you to expand into adjacent verticals where you can bring on additional client vertical markets so that you can grow your company. Everything about your venture, for it to succeed, it has to be durable, ideally outliving you. But so, these are tactics that you bring to bear. I'm happy to chat with anybody afterwards about some of the things that I do in this market. But let's see if we go to the next slide here. This is called the financier. So this after tactical. That would be slide 7. So this is kind of like 2 o'clock on the dial. If we go back to the original 6 elements here. How are you funded? This is probably the time eternal question, because every startup entity usually will go through friends and family money. They'll go through some degree, whether you are using like a Start Engine or a WeFunder, Republic, friends and family office money is really good. I know folks that are doing this that are looking to find innovative technologies in green tech. Happy to chat with you about that afterwards. Directed loan organizations. There's numerous places where you can go get money. Getting this right and putting a lot of investigator focus into this is really important. My counsel to everybody is that you come in with conservative numbers. Don't be rose-colored glasses pie in the sky. You are far better served to beat your worst case scenarios and remain solvent. Early client adoption, as I say here, the success makes subsequent funding rounds so much easier, a lot less stressful. And I'll say that even last week, there was a Turnaround Management Association conference, Las Vegas, Nevada, western part of the US. Trusted colleague of mine said that a senior money bank official said that they and other money center banks are really tightening the scrutiny around how they are lending to organizations. So from traditional banking vehicles here, I think that this also now falls back into play about how you really have to be memorable. You have to be differentiated. You have to do things where you're exhibiting thought leadership in your market space. All of these are precursors that would lend themselves to you getting funded and more quickly getting more early adopter clients coming on board, which again helps to fuel your organizational growth. And we can go to slide 8 now. Getting the sales and marketing role right, I believe is, again, another foundational building block of your startup, emerging company, growth company success. Everybody, even Fortune 500s, have to get sales and marketing right. So you as the founder, again, you are cascading culture across your organization. It should be an inclusive culture where all the teams, sales and marketing and other, have good two-way feedback. Do this with your clients, get ample feedback that will help inform your roadmap decisions. But the biggest problem that people have outside when they get their minimal viable product is, do I have the budget to do the things that I want to do? And I will tell you that there are 2 key points to this here. Is that number one, a lot of startups don't have $150,000 US or whatever the currency is globally to hire on a professional VP of sales. They don't have $150,000 or more to hire on a chief marketing officer. Yet you need the output product of these roles. So we live in an era now where it is perfectly acceptable to outsource to organizations that will do this. There are really good digital agencies that are also coupled with lead generation that can help you with these roles. I'd also think that the founder should be removed one step from the client. And by that, what I say is that you don't want to be the chief technologist and the business developer and the janitor taking the trash out and all these roles, because you'll be seen as kind of doing too many tasks and a master of none. Yes, the earliest stage, you are probably a team of one, but as soon as you can hire on people, whether they're trusted friends that can really do these roles or whether you outsource that, having somebody between you and the customer allows for that organization, whether it's in-house staff or outsourced staff, to build the rapport, build the cadence with prospects. You come in as the founder, the innovator, to close deals once they're kind of queued up. But the beauty of that is that you actually now have deeper organizational girth. Very important to convey to folks that you are not just a team of one. You can have 4 or 5 fractional people up on your logo wall and show a much more robust organizational org chart. And it may just be you as a W-2 employee or a salaried employee, as we say in the US. And all the other roles are fractional time roles, perfectly acceptable. So let's go to the next role here is the buyer. And this is probably the most important persona to get right. I talked earlier about lean interviewing. What's really important about that is that if you look at it, spending your money, the precious money you have, whether it be friends and family money or whether you get various lending vehicles, you have to decide this right. By doing that lean interviewing, you're now focusing more of your energy and attention on what you perceive as being receptive end user buyer markets. The last point I'll put on there is that you really want to be fluid. You want to fail quickly. And by that, I'm saying that if you are barking up the wrong tree, go somewhere else. Do aggressive, what we call as A/B testing. So you think the premise will work here, it's not working here. Let's do a B testing. Let's move our premise line over here. And again, take an investigator's mindset to all this. Very important so that you get this right. The buyer is the key ingredient for you to have further ability to get funds and further ability to get more clients, because people buy from folks they know, they like, and they trust, and having ample call outs. Get your clients when they become early adopter clients. Ask them at the early stage to say, would you be willing to give a kind of a call out box that we can put on our logo wall? Because this will help build your prominence, and this will help build your respect, within your organization. We can now go to the next slide here after the buyer, I believe, is the associates. Slide 10 of my overview here, 5 more left to go. What's important about this is I'm collectively talking about all of the folks in your ecosystem that are part of your thought leadership. And associates are going to be trade partners. They're going to be industry thought leaders, fellow thought leaders. They're going to be joining. You can have, I think, upwards to 100 groups within LinkedIn on a premium account, and use your group selection wisely. Be involved with groups that are germane to your specific market space, and actively participate. Comment upon other people's posts. Put up posts yourself. Really show this is, when I say associate, this is everybody that's around you that can be of value for you. This is going to bolster your trust dynamic. And to the extent that you do this, you get a trove of goodwill that will build up with target prospects and your industry peers. And I would suggest that you would do this as a daily habit, whether you do it, your first thing in the morning, lunch break, afternoon, something. Spend 15 to 30 minutes every day just putting some material up there that really adds to your prominence. You could do this yourself or outsource to a really good digital agency. Let's go to slide 11. This is the last of the key components. And when we talk about the core team, I mentioned earlier that we live in an age where it's totally acceptable for you to have outsourced resources. So with the rise of Airbnb, Uber, Fiverr, these type of outfits, there is countless examples of ways you can outsource the CFO role, outsource the chief operating officer role, VP of sales, chief marketing officer. It's very cost effective and it's 100% market accepted. What I also like about this is that you as the founder don't have to make an improper hiring decision. It's very difficult to unhook somebody that you bring on as a full-time salaried employee, but it is easy to change out parts if it just isn't a good strategic fit. Sometimes things do not work out under the best of intentions, but you can do an extended trial, try before you buy. Great solution for everybody would be that your venture is moving along forward, it's doing gangbusters, and you're asking some of these fractional resources, can you be full-time for me? That's a good problem to have for all the parties involved. But again, when money is tight, you don't have the funds to pay for these things, but you need to show these core people here. So again, building a strong team, I think, lends additional credibility for the financiers that are looking at you and thoughtfully saying, is this a company where I can get paid back? That's all the financier cares about. I lend money to this company. What's the likelihood I'll be paid back? And your prospects, your target customers, they're looking at you and the core team, and they're saying, do I sleep at night on Friday night, knowing that if there's a glitch or there's a down situation or something goes awry, that these are folks that are integrity based, that are honorable, that are going to have my back. So these are all things that play in well. And again, you're creating this kind of synergy of all these working in concert one with the other, all of these personas that we talked about. We'll go to the next slide, is number 12. So some of these closing thoughts here is that I think, as I mentioned earlier, I'll reiterate here, can your main rival or rivals put their logo on your masthead and it reads perfectly well like what they're doing? You want to be differentiated. You want to do things that are memorable. You want to do things that stand out. Work on your value prop. Work with consultative coaches about pulling out all the aspects of your value prop. Really investigate it hard so that what you were saying, are these things that my target customers should care about? If they're not, take it off your value prop statement. Don't talk about things that are distracting from improving the to-be state from the as is for your customer. Everything you do, again, that investigator's eyes, like in a murder mystery, everything you're doing is surrounded around, does it benefit my customer perception in his eyes, her eyes, or in fact, that you can put tangible, tactical dollars, ROIs. These are things that are important. People ultimately are going to buy from folks that they know, they like, and trust. But all things equal, you have to build all that prominence around you. And the last point I'll say on the closing thoughts here is, things like GBT, ChatGBT. There are a lot of great tools out there that you can use. Enabling tools, artificial intelligence. These are things that allow you to punch above your weight class. Really good digital agencies, and I know some I can talk with you about down the road, can help you with that. So the last thing on 13 now, we're coming up towards the tail end. If you've done everything right across these 6 personas, you can clap and congratulate yourself. So you've done it. You've basically taken an investigator's mindset to all these things. These are topics that I've brought up to just kind of tease the thoughts. I want to create really thoughtful, introspective look by startup founders. And even if you are, a run rate company that you have built and developed yourself, are you innovating? Constantly be doing this. And again, if you've taken an investigator's eyes in each facet that we talked about, the financier, the sales and marketing, the buyer, the associates, the core team, the likelihood of your success is a lot better that you're going to succeed. And then we'll go to 14. This is a little bit of kind of added thoughts. And again, I'd be happy to have these slides be made available to everybody that wants to have them. Some of the newer authors out there, I pulled out some things. There are hundreds of things that you can draw from. And we live in an age where in information, you're just a few clicks away from getting a lot of really good nurturing material that can help you with your venture. You know, the lean startup, 0 to 1, the hard thing about hard things. These are kind of really prescriptive. These are, you know, I think these are great books to work. Rework. These are great books for founders to be looking at, you know, how are we going to market? Clayton Christensen, who unfortunately passed away from illness, he had How Will You Measure Your Life? He's also most noted for the Innovator's Dilemma, but I like philosophical looks at things. So that's a philosophical thing you can look at. The old school books, I'm going back to Dale Carnegie, you know, How to Win Friends and Influence People, 1936. I mean, yes, this was before the era of meetups and LinkedIn groups and all that, but there's a lot of practical things, you know, smiling. There are things that you can do that may be below the surface evident, but I think it's a worthy read. Getting to Yes, you know, based upon, you know, how you are in your demeanor. Are you a people pleaser? You can, you know, you can kind of get people to come to your line of thinking. It's a good book there. Spin Selling. I mean, this was basically part of the curriculum back in the 80s when I was kind of getting into the sales world. It's still very instructive. And what it does, it talks about situation, problem, implication, and need. And it breaks down each of those steps, you know, kind of in a selling cycle. And I think it's really helpful for founders that may not be comfortable with the cadence and with the nomenclature and with, you know, the kind of putting into the different buckets where people stand in that selling cycle. The last point there of crossing the chasm, Jeffrey Moore, what I love about that is that you have the typical bell curve, you know, that is applied to a lot of different dynamics. You have early adopters on the front end, you have kind of mid-range, and you have laggards. So crossing the chasm will help you kind of slot, you know, what your target markets look like. I think it's a good book. It stands up. There's hundreds of authors out there. Get yourself just immersed into things. It's really worthy for you to nurture your brain and other things outside of your core product, thinking about things peripherally. There's a book that everybody I think should have on their desk. My transition that is called The Elements of Style. That's not coming through here. This was freshman literature 101 for me in high school. It is as relevant as written in 1918 as it is today, around being clear, concise, and compelling in all of your correspondence, you know, the 4 C's there. The last thing I'll leave for you on this overview is a little humorous thing. There's a guy called Brian Burns, has a program on LinkedIn called The Brutal Truth about sales and selling. I've been interviewed on his program before. He's got hundreds of thousands of followers around the world. He takes an irreverent look at the sales cycle and things that matter. And if you're not familiar with it, I just encourage everybody to just look at some of his videos, connect with them on LinkedIn. There's a lot of stuff. It's a bit of a comedic take on the art of sales and selling, but it's spot on. And then the last thing here before Q&A, I'm linkedin.com in John Gaffigan. I'd ask anybody that found this to be helpful to reference that you're reaching out to connect from the GCPIT conference today, and that will give me a situational relevance. This is a little kind of Easter egg that I'll throw on the back end. You can make LinkedIn work as a little mini CRM if anytime you connect with somebody, you want to have the very first piece be how you came connected. So that's just something that I leave for you folks. And we have, I think, 7 minutes before the top of the hour for questions. And I'm happy to field any questions you folks may have. I hope you found this to be helpful for your personal journeys.
Thank you, Mr. John. I would like to ask you questions. My first question is, how do you define sustainable innovation and its importance in the sustainable economic development?
Well, sustainable innovation and its importance are only framed from a standpoint of, is the audience that you are looking to appeal to, do they find it to be of value? Is it a Me Too thing? Is it a commodity thing? Is it innovative? Is it revolutionary? And is there a good return on investment? So I think that those are key elements that should come into play.
Thank you for your answer. My second question is, do you think sustainable innovation and community innovation can coexist?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're kind of hand in hand. It's the cumulative effect of thousands of green and sustainable and renewable and circular economy solutions. All that cumulative horsepower is what's going to transform our economy. I believe that fact certain. So as more and more innovative companies and products come to market that are dealing with sustainability issues, I think that that cumulative effect will start to displace the old laggard systems.
Thank you. Next question is the role of communication in building sustainable business. What is the role of communication in building sustainable businesses?
Well, I talked about this earlier. Your communication style, I'm a huge believer that there be full two-way communication with all the stakeholder audience, all the 6 people along that, yourself, your sales and marketing, your core team, your associates, the financiers, the buyers, all of these people, you want to have a clear, consistent, communicated message. And it has to be around a value prop that benefits, the greater sustainability community. This also applies to any industry. So if you're, I don't know, making widgets, whatever that is, I mean, you just have to talk about differentiators that benefit that target market. But for the green community, it is using less resources to get the job done.
Thank you. And my last question will be, lean interviewing is one of the very unique approach. Will you highlight little more on the steps to go ahead with lean interview?
Yeah. And whoever asked that question, there is George Mason University here in Virginia, Eastern US, outside of Washington, where I live. It has a incubator community where I was involved with a cohort of people that learned the skills of lean interviewing. Lean interviewing is basically, I said, it is inquiry before advocacy. It is the corollary to that is ask first to understand, then be understood. Sounds very Zen-like, but what it means at its essence is that you don't want to be presumptive on having a remedy for a given problem. You want to ask questions where you can kind of tease out the problem implications. We talked about spin selling from 1988. This is a really good example of tying something back in from my early days of selling. You have a situation, you have a problem, you have an implication of that problem, and you have a need. So that, that's a practical solution. Lean interviewing is just putting a wrapper around all of that is very regimentedly not going into bringing your little red wagon out, saying, look at all my goods I have to sell for you, and defocusing, on your specific solution, but staying involved actively into the problem here.
Thank you so much for your answers and presentation.
And I see somebody gave me a little attaboy. You've given a lot of good information here. So I hope that everybody benefits by that. Again, I welcome collaborating with anybody here. I know that I'm 2 minutes before the hour, so my time is about up. Ananya, thank you for advancing slides. Sorry, I had a little issue, but I'm glad that we were able to get that ironed out. And it really was a pleasure to speak with you folks today.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Ms. Kapila Mehta, Vice President, Sustainability, Schneider Electrics. Ms. Mehta have over 2 decades of experience and exposure to local and global environments. She also possesses diverse function experience ranging from manufacturing, quality, industrial sales, research and development, strategy marketing, and merger and integration, currently accountable to influence global business of power product of multi-billion euro by creating more sustainable options. And the topic in which she will be sharing her knowledge is Green Print for a Sustainable Future, 3 Steps to Lead Sustainable Tomorrow. Over to you, Ms. Kapila.
Thank you so much, Ananya. Is it audible?
Yes, it's audible.
And the screen is, you can see the
Yes,
screen.
it's visible also.
Okay. Thank you for a great introduction, Ananya. And the topic itself is very, very interesting. It falls under how do we lead for a sustainable tomorrow? There are many questions which keep coming with the ecosystem changing around us. The people started to talk. People started to have more thought about it as and when we are having one after another COP climate actions, which is coming on table. While sustainability has a bigger aspect of it, and we did hear John talking about a lot more things which makes you impactful, we also have sustainability. In my session, we will talk about more on the net zero topic. So we will not talk about social and economical or governance topic, but more of a net zero topic and how it is a business opportunity for most of us and how we can make most of it while doing the business, making a business credible, as well as at the same time, how do we make sure that we save our planet? I'm Kapila, and I will be giving my contact at the end of the slides so we can connect again later. So moving to the next slide. It's coming from the recent COP27, which was held in Egypt, and the numbers are very recent. The WMO says that we are having all-time high emissions, which is recorded at 2021. At the same time, the temperature, the global average temperature, which is 1.15 degrees Celsius above the overall industry standard temperature at 1850 or 1900 century. Glaciers and ices are melting. We have sea level, which is getting risen up. So there are, and above all, the 2015 to 2022 was the warmest, 8 warmest years on the record. That means we are at the critical junctions and rising CO2 level are warming our planet at alarming rate. The consequences are unthinkable. And if we need to know about a little bit of consequences, there are 39% more chances to have extreme weather condition. 550 million people might go hungry because of the impact on the crops. At the same time, 50% of the decrease in the availability of the fresh water. It's happening today, it's not for tomorrow, and hence many government and countries have started to take action. What we started to see from 2015 COP to now is government and businesses are started to make strong commitment for decarbonization. They are taking the net zero pledges. As we speak, 74 countries has already taken the net zero pledges. There are large number of companies, organizations are coming forward and making that pledges as well. And the surprising factor is it's not all the large companies. There are mid-sized companies also, which is part of this 3,000 number when we talk about, as we talk about today. And it's spread across geography. So that means it's not one geography like Europe or North America. It's spread across Asia, North America, and Europe geography, which means that we are having changes, we are having regulations which would be coming in place as and when countries start to take the pledges. It starts to put you some regulation, it starts to put you incentive as well as penalty for following the right carbon practices. or not following the right carbon practices. In this aspect, what we see is whenever one large organization take a pledge that they will be going for net zero, it means that the ecosystem around it will be changing. That means the supplier, the customer, the partner whom they are doing business with, the channel, everything has to change. The ecosystem drives and dominic effect on the people who are signing for the net zero pledges. So it's coming more and more. Now, this is a perfect opportunity when we relook and reinvent the way we do business. And why so? There is a push for sustainability coming from all directions. There are investors who are pushing for the businesses to go for sustainability, because if you do not follow the right methodology, your business might go wipe off in coming days. It is similar to digitization wave. When digitization came and the company who could not follow the wave, they were not being able to cope up with the changing dynamics. At the same time, government regulations are pushing you to get towards the green economy. Your own employee would start asking you to be more ethical and more moral responsible companies and organizations. Going forward, the large companies, when they are going for net zero pledge, they have started to put a strong partner selection process to meet sustainability goals, which means that it will become a norm that you have to put your efforts to go towards that goals. Survival is critical. So we are not talking now about business transformation for tomorrow. We are talking about today, and we have to adapt today. Before we go on, what are the green print, what we were talking about, and the 3 steps, how we go about it? The emission in as defined by GHG, the definition remains the same. Just to reinstate the message for the audience who are not familiar with the scope emission, whenever any organization does due to their direct operations, whatever CO2 they are emitting to the environment comes under scope 1, whatever is the direct emission. The indirect emission from your operations counts under scope 2. So scope 1 and 2, in my definition, it falls under your gate to gate. You have something coming in as a raw material and going out as a finished good. You are having scope 1 and 2 defined there. The scope 3 is a full value chain. That means the cradle to the grave. When the raw material is started, it reached to your plant for getting the process to finalize, coming as a finished good, and then going to the customer place through the logistic and transportation. After installation, it went into the use phase. And finally, when the product has completed its life, the normal life cycle, it comes for the end of life, and how responsibly any company is making the end of life defined and making the steps to achieve that right responsible end of life. So it's scope 3 is everything which engages full value chain, which is cradle to grave. Now, while we understand what is scope 1, 2, and 3, we also need to understand that different sectors are contributing to emission and almost at the same level. So transport, for example, transportation segment is globally, when we talk about, is 23%. Industry is approximately 33%. And building, we are talking about approximately 37%. And when I say building, it's mix of residential building and non-residential building. That means that across sector, we have opportunity to reduce CO2 and to create steps so that we can help our customer achieve the decarbonization also. Now, how do we do, what is the fastest route to go to the net zero? I tend to say, in addition to what we at Schneider Electric are telling to our partners and our customers, is the story is simple. You mix digital with electrification. And how do you do that is simple. Electric and digital is the recipe for more sustainable and resilient world. And how do you do it? Is electric will make you more green, and digital which makes the buildings or energy smart. While electric is making you most of the efficient energy, and it's a main part of decarbonization, that you are not dependent on fossil fuel based electricity of your input. Digital will make sure that what is not visible today is visible. You are able to monitor and are able to better efficiently manage your products. and your system effectively, so the losses, the wastage are lesser, and you are driving towards efficiency. This is very important aspect of it. And any organization who wants to take the first step towards that, we have to be mindful and open about this topic, that till the time we adopt electric and we do not open up ourselves for digitization, it doesn't get you the right recipe for sustainability and a resilient world. Now, when we talk about the blueprint and what all does come under the blueprint, at Schneider Electric, we believe, and after looking at the multi-large company, that for everyone, this integrated approach works. And these are the 3 steps we were talking about to achieve the right net zero target. The first step is strategizing. The second one remains digitized. And the third one is decarbonize. And as we go one step another, one after another, it becomes important to follow and have a vision with in front of a organization, that how do we want to do it. Today, many organizations and their customers are demanding and pushing for getting the decarbonized data. If we look into France regulations, RE 2020, which is in effect from July 2022, that says that any building and any project which is coming for the building segment has to submit their carbon data, environmental data. If we do not submit the environmental data, it's not possible to bid for the project. That means the regulations are making you compulsory to know your baseline, what is your CO2 emission as an organization for your product. And then you are able to give this information to your partner, customer. This is the first step. We strongly believe is whatever gets measured gets monitored. So if you are not able to measure what you are producing, it will be impossible to make any strategy around it. So hence the first step comes on strategizing. The 5 model of it is start with measuring your enterprise baseline. Where are you standing and what do you want to commit for? Scope 1 and 2 is the basic which we ask for any operations, because these emissions are coming from your own operations. As I explained, from gate to gate, scope 1 and 2. You at least have to start understanding what is your scope 1 and 2. And as you move forward, you have to start understanding what's coming in the value chain, where your suppliers are and where is your offer going and how it is going and getting used in the customer place. So very important is measure your enterprise baseline. After you have measured your baseline, under the umbrella of strategize, make sure you create your decarbonization roadmap. You can do by multiple ways. We have company like Schneider Electric has strong consultancy arm. We have tools which are available. Like that, many other organizations are having many tools. Make sure you work with the advisor and see that how you can create a decarbonization roadmap. So you know where you stand, you know where to go, and then you have a path to follow, for which you have to have a structurized program and governance. You have to treat it as a transformation, and you need to know that every step counts. So there could be time that for few topics, you might have the larger CapEx investment changes coming, but many countries are putting regulations and policies which are helping MSME sector to be benefited with that. So keep an eye on your localized subsidies, localized offers, which help you to go towards that direction. The one big impactful thing would be engage your ecosystem from starting. So when you started to make that action, make sure that you inform your supplier and your partner that you are going to change, you are going to do it. It's an ecosystem exchange and everything has to change. Another thing is communicate your commitment. And this is very basic. If you do not communicate your commitment, it remains with you, right? So start publicly talking about it. For example, in the organization I work for, scope 1 and 2 is normal. Any organization is committing for their net zero target. We have done as well. But at the same time, we also committing our scope 3 target, and we would like to achieve it. And as a company who would like to pave the path for its partners, suppliers, we need to make sure that we lead the path for them. At the same time, The second steps becomes very important and critical is digitize. Once you have your roadmap clear, adopt digitization. The two things are, if you're not able to see where are the losses happening, you would not be able to capture them and you will not be able to remove them. For example, in a small building in your house, if the water leakage is happening, if you do not first know or monitor that leakage is happening somewhere, you cannot put a patch on it. It's as simple as that. So we need to know and we need to monitor the resource usage and emission. So if you know that for particular building on weekdays, how much I'm emitting, on weekend, how much I'm emitting, how can I do on the time basis, how can I manage my resources effectively, where I can save the emission as much as possible, would be your first step in digitization. Put the resources, put infrastructure which helps you digitize this topic. Many tools are available for that. Identify the saving opportunity. And it's simple example. If you are in an office building or at your home, and if you want to talk about it, first you need to know what's your electricity bill. Let's start with strategizing that. And then you know that what you want to reduce. Once you do it, you also have to start identifying what are your opportunities. Opportunity comes in terms of as I was telling, the time management, the load management. What are those opportunities which you could do without impacting your business? Then report and benchmark your progress. Digitization also helps you to benchmark your progress against the similar industries so that you know where you stand, and it also creates a differentiating factor for yourself from other organizations. The last piece and very important piece is decarbonization. To achieve decarbonization, we have three major pillars, and I explain the three major pillars in the next slide. First is replace the energy supply, electrify the process, reduce for efficiency and circularity. The first one, replace the energy supply, is from the supply side. We need to make sure that our electrifications are happening, which are making us go away from the fossil fuel. You would start to see, if it's not in your priority list, please keep an eye on your local regulations, which are evolving day-to-day basis. There would be more and more taxes which would come to use the supply which is coming from the fossil fuel versus more incentive which is coming from renewable. Look at opportunity for solar, wind, renewable, which helps you to get the most benefit of it. At least start strategizing that if this comes, how you would be starting to work towards in which direction. This is on supply side. While the supply side is very, very important, it is fast to achieve net zero. It's very important that we accelerate demand side of it. And when we say the demand side acceleration is electrifying the processes, we reduce for efficiency and circularity. The meaning of electrifying the processes is you distribute your energies. You have more and more supply chain decarbonization. This kind of topic is what you have to start taking for reduce for efficiency and circularity. Now, circularity is a very favorite topic of mine. It becomes essential for any organization now to look at how do you make sure that there is a circularity is evolving. Circularity can be aspect into 3.1, where we are talking about end of life offer, how responsibly we are disposing it off. There are extended product responsibility rules are applicable for many offers today, and batteries are one example where you have mandatory, OEM has to mandatory put a note how they are making sure that batteries are responsibly getting disposed of. And hence, when you see that on your, when you buy a new UPS battery at your home also, you get a discount when you replace it, when you exchange the battery. And it's coming because of the rules and regulations, and OEM are getting forced to do that. So please make sure that how you are doing this one and how you are defining your circularity in the picture. The second one is also the copper. There are finite elements which are going to become rare in coming days. How you are making sure that circularity could help you feed your upstream supplier node also. So your offer getting recycled, getting yield coming back to your supplier, and you are getting those raw material back as a circularity topic. I'm touching base on it, circularity, so much because what regulations we are seeing in Europe, even in coming in India, and international operations are coming a lot more towards circularity. They are focusing more on how does recyclability could play a role and how the repair refurbishment is important to improve the longer the life cycle of the product. With this 3-step, we are able to decarbonize ourselves. Just to give, as I was telling, that while we make sure that we commit and we commit openly, at Schneider Electric, our net zero commitment remains that by 2050, we will be net zero ready. And by 2030, we will be having absolute reduction of 25% in our scope 3 emission. And that's for our entire value chain. For our operations, we already would be carbon neutral by 2025, which is a scope 1 and 2. This becomes very, very important, again, to list down what is your commitment, by when you would be able to do it, and then backward actions which matches to your commitment. And there are many technologies available, which is not for tomorrow, which is for today, and you can take benefit of it. While I conclude my session, I would like to tell again the same thing, that digitization and electrification is the recipe for sustainability. While you continue to do so, make sure when you take the 3-step and make your green print for your organization, start with strategize, adopt digitization, commit for decarbonization. With that, I complete my session. If any questions are there, happy to answer. I can be reached out on LinkedIn or over this QR code. Thank you so much. Ananya, I think you are on mute.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I was on mute. So my question is, how do you define impact company?
Yeah. So the impact company comes from the various angle of it. And as I was telling that we covered today only for the net zero, we believe that the impact comes from all the aspect of it. When you take the ESG into the picture. So which means that you are doing something to improve your local community. Just to give you an example, for Schneider Electric, we make sure that we have localized operations. We have supporting the local exchange while the company is global, but we are making sure that the operations remains the local. So this is how you support the local community. How you are making the governance or social impact coming on the thing is also becomes one and another leaf of it. So at Schneider Electric, we follow the 6 steps and make ourselves an impact company, and it remains the same. When you start thinking beyond pay equality, inclusivity, and having the diversity, everything counts. So you make a better place, a planet, a better place to work with, and then you become an impact company.
Thank you. And my next question is, how do you differentiate ESG and SDG as a global leader?
Okay, very good question. Actually, very much related. So while SDGs touches upon, so ESG is a framework for me, and to achieve that overarching framework, you have defined some SDGs, sustainability development goals, which helps you to achieve it. Today we have 17. For example, let's talk about the better quality education, no hunger, zero poverty, those kind of topics. If we talk, we can connect it with the community. We can talk about how the social impactful environment we should create. Both of them goes hand in hand. SDG helps us more in the definite goals which we have target, and towards the target it helps us to achieve. Remains the same. If you put a target, you have something to achieve it. ESG is a very broader aspect of it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your answers and for the presentation. And my next question would be, you have emphasized more on circular economy. Would request you to highlight little more on it?
Sure. So when we talk about circularity, so today the conventional supply chain works is you produce, you sell it to the customer does their own pace, they do the end of life of the offer, right? What circularity enable is it doesn't let a supplier or OEM wash off its hand and become responsible for the complete of the operations. So that means we are talking about supply chain, which is not conventional, which is not linear, but a new methodology which goes from customer to back to the supplier. Why it is required? For three major reasons. One, it can give you benefit of responsibly doing the end of life. While you are doing it, you can actually recycle the offer. And today, if you reach out or read about the businesses which are coming from recyclability, it's huge. The acceptance of the recycled materials is becoming heavier and heavier. I was having a discussion with last month with one of the biggest recycler in India. And they say that customers are actually in Europe ready to pay premium for the recycled material because it's coming from a recycled process. And it's becoming also a regulations where the regulations are asking for mandatory having X percentage of your overall project. You should have some recycled material coming in. And just to add on for that example, and what we are doing in our organization and what we are driving is we are making sure that by 2025, 100% of our packaging will be green packaging. It's having the recycled material, no single-use plastic. And by 2025, we are also trying to achieve 50% of green material. So this kind of target, when we start to talk about, it becomes very important that we start pushing for recyclability. This is one. The second one is we see a lot many times that the availability because of shortages and everything is becoming a challenge. It was becoming a global crisis a few days back. Circularity can answer there also. There are few offers which has never seen the light because they were sitting in the dead stock of a distributor place. How about picking it up the offer and enabling the reverse logistic, not for recycling, but for reselling and repairability? Do we have market in the, and we have to have both sides this thing. We have to have supply enabled as well as we have to sensitize the demand side of it also. The more and more companies should be opting for circularity, and they will have to opt one day because of the regulations which is coming into place. So my favorite topic, circularity, and we can spend more time there.
Okay, the next question is, how are you planning to decarbonize value chain? Share few initiatives.
Okay, so decarbonizing value chain, when I say we are going beyond gate to gate and we are now going to cradle to grave, which means that how we are decarbonizing our supplier and how we are making our partner value chain also coming on the decarbonization activity. So one on the supplier side of it, which is not related to our gate to gate entry, the two targets which I told you on green packaging and green material are helping us to do that. So our packaging is greener, it's simplified, it takes the lesser space, and we are exploring the ways that how do we reduce the packaging also. But the two targets which we make sure that by 2025 we have 100% green packaging will help us to do this one on the supply side of it. On supply side of it, as a big organization, we have also taken a pledge to decarbonize our 1,000 suppliers, making them net zero pledge. So how do we do it? We have identified those suppliers. We are, as I was telling, that partner selection process will become more and more stronger, right? We are working with our partners and suppliers to make sure that before it becomes very much norm, they are joining hands with us and their full value chain is also getting decarbonized. So we are starting with baseline measurement for them, how they can decarbonize. We are their partner in this journey. And that's how we are able to do this value chain overall on the scope 3 emissions.
Thank you so much for your answers and presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Pleasure.
you.
Bye.
Bye. And our next speaker is Ms. Sharon Idahosa, founder, Let's Talk Agriculture. Ms. Sharon is a preacher of the agricultural gospel. She is a communication strategist and business development consultant. She is also a founder of LifeX Agriculture Initiative, a non-government organization that seeks to bring about inclusiveness of rural farmers in Nigeria. And the topic she will be sharing her knowledge is driving a global food system transformation. Over to you, Ms. Sharon.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, sorry, I haven't fixed up the banner. I was trying to see how to fix that up, but I couldn't do it. So I wanted to just quickly ask if it's possible to set it up for me. I couldn't do that. I couldn't see where to put that. So is it okay if I still speak this way?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, great. So good evening, everybody, and thank you very much. I really want to appreciate the Global Council for the promotion of international trade for giving me the opportunity to be here today. So today I will be speaking on the topic driving the global food system transformation. So I am not so much of a talkative and I'm not really going to take so much of your time. I'm going to be as brief as possible and see what we can get from this. As you already know, I am in communications. I help agriculture businesses when it comes to communications, public relations. So it's really an honor to be speaking on a topic like this. So hopefully I can give you value today. So I believe that it is very important that we have a foundational knowledge of what the food system is all about before we try to seek ways of transforming the food system. So in simple terms, what is the food system? So the food system is basically the production, the processing, and the distribution of food across the globe for consumption for us. So the idea of the food system is to reduce hunger and malnutrition. So to take this forward, I'm just quickly going to share my screen and we can move this forward. So let me see how to do that quickly. Okay. So I'm just going to see how to do that quickly now. Okay, I'm having difficulty with my screen right now. Okay, so okay, share my screen. Just a quick one. So I'm really sorry about this. We're trying to see how to do that. But if not possible, so to avoid taking so much time, I would just make use of what I have here. So I apologize that I can't do that right now. So let's see what we have here. Okay, so the food system, for us to do this, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, so I'm just trying to see how to hide this. Okay, so in the food system, we must try to ensure the 4 pillars of food security if we're trying to transform the food system. So one of the food pillar is availability, and we also have utilization, we have stability, and we have accessibility. So now when it comes to availability, we're talking about the production, the distribution, and exchange. Now in production, we are looking at factors like crop selection, we're looking at livestock, we're looking at harvesting. Now the whole idea of production is that, okay, so we need to have effective production and reduce the availability of food across the globe. In distribution, we are saying that there should be distribution of finished products through the appropriate distribution channels, which is the manufacturers, the wholesalers, the retailers, and then also the final consumers. When we're talking about exchange, you agree with me that in the olden days, we had something called exchange by trade by barter. So that was a way of exchange at that point where we give what we don't need to get what we want. That was an effective way of exchange. We're giving something that we didn't want just to get what we wanted. And I believe that this medium of exchange was solely dependent on wants, just like I mentioned, meaning that a participant must want something for you to get something. So for utilization, we are seeing that food safety plays a major role when it comes to the utilization, and it involves the handling, the preparation, and the storage of food. I'm not sure why this is happening right now. So can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
you
you hear
are
me?
audible. Yes.
Okay.
You're audible.
Because I'm seeing my internet connection disturbing, so
Yes,
I'm
I
just trying to
think
make sure
there's
this
some
is good.
problem in the connection, but you are audible.
Okay, so in summary of this, we are saying that for there to be availability of any product, there must be an exchange. So for utilization, we are saying that food safety plays a major important role when it comes to utilization. And I said it involves handling, it involves preparation, and storage considered. So as soon as an also gets hold of the food, there are a variety of factors that can affect. There are a variety of factors that can affect the quality and the quantity of food that is being consumed by the household. So it is of great importance that the food that we consume is safe. It is very important that we are consuming the safe food and it is meeting the requirements of the individual. So therefore, it is very important that we improve this pillar of food security, as it is the major and important general education about nutrition. So I want to really just quickly dive into how we can transform our global food system. So I believe that there are different ways we can transform our food system. One of them is, I'm sorry I couldn't share my screen, guys.
Miss
So
Sharon?
please
Hello?
just pardon me.
Hello?
But one of the ways we can improve
Hello?
our food
Miss Sharon? Sorry for the interruption.
system is,
Hello?
I can hear you.
If there is any net problem, we can record tomorrow and broadcast it.
I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Hello? Am I audible?
I can hear you clearly.
I'm telling if you are facing some
Yes.
net issues today, we can record it and broadcast it tomorrow. We can record tomorrow and broadcast it. If you are facing some serious problem with net issues.
Yeah, I don't know why it's happening. Maybe it's because it's about to rain, so the network is just fluctuating.
So we
But
can
you
record
hear me
tomorrow.
now?
Yes, I can, but it's very slow and disturbing. Your voice is not clear. We will record tomorrow. Will it be okay for you?
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ron.
Tomorrow is
Thank you.
Saturday. Okay.
Thank you so much.
So
and our last speaker for today's summit is Dr. Chandran Vinod Kumar, Group Head, Jahangir Hospital. Dr. Vinod is a doctorate and postgraduate in hospital management from Apollo Hospital, Chennai. He is a recipient of many awards. The dominant one includes 6 Sigma Healthcare Excellence Award 2015, 17, and 2022. And the topic in which he will be sharing his knowledge is sustainable practices in healthcare industry. We have his recorded message. I will request our back team to please show.
To this sustainable development. ladies and gentlemen. Good day to everyone. It is a great honor and a privilege to be a part of this wonderful event. First of all, I would like to convey my sincere thankfulness to Mr. Santosh for such initiatives and especially in organizing such events, which is pertaining to this sustainable development, and also for inviting me as a speaker for this conference. Here I'm going to share my experience views that I had gained during my 2 decades of experience in healthcare industry. And I have almost more than 2 decades, I have mentioned, experience in healthcare industry, especially in operations management, procurement, supply chain, strategic affairs, and sustainability aspects too. Well, as we all know that sustainable development means to fulfill the present needs without compromising the needs of future generation. In healthcare, sustainable development is the need of the hour. Healthcare industry is under tremendous pressure for many reasons. The revenues are declining, material costs is going up, manpower costs is increasing day by day. In Indian context, particularly this price capping by National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority on drugs, implants, and many pharmaceutical products has reduced our margin to a greater extent. And hospital administrators, they are under tremendous pressure to increase the profit portion. And what should be an ideal sustainable approach in healthcare industry in that case? An ideal sustainable climate resilient approach in healthcare should be a robust sustainable strategy and programs that should address the 3 elements of sustainability: the social sustainability, which means the people; economic sustainability, the prosperity; and environmental sustainability, the planet, to achieve the triple aim goals of the any healthcare organization, which is a better health, better care, and lower cost. The father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi's way of living, is the best example of sustainable development for the entire world. In Gandhi's words, earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not any man's greed. The Gandhian model is a partnership model that believes in inclusion and development with dignity, where everyone is treated as equals and where everyone benefits. This Gandhian model defines the core values and it rests on 3 pillars: Ahimsa, Swaraj, Sarvodaya. Ahimsa, which means non-violence, and this we can relate it to the environmental sustainability, which means the objective is to cause no impact or very minimal impact to the environment. The next one, Swaraj, which is a self-control, and it can be related to the economic sustainability, which means the optimization in 3 aspects, like process optimization, consumption optimization, and price optimization. The third one, the Sarvodaya, that is benefits to all. And this can be related to the social sustainability, and wherein we'll be achieving the triple aim goals, which I had mentioned earlier: better health, better care, and lower cost. Mahatma Gandhi's sustainable development, it is based on the ethical vision in which individual is at the center position and also the society in relation with nature. A judicial shift is the need of the modern age, that is from a consumer society to the conservative society. In sustainable development goals, out of 17 sustainable development goals, there are 7 that is most relevant to the healthcare industry that can have that can make a significant positive impact. The institutions, they can adapt their 11 sustainable development goals to contribute to the 2030 global agenda for sustainable development. And this 7 identified sustainable development goals, these are all relevant to the healthcare industry, or good health and well-being, quality education, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, responsible consumption and production, and finally, the peace, justice, and strong institutions. There are 5 pillars in healthcare sustainability. They are people, patients, public, the community, the planet, and the organization. The healthcare institutions should have a robust sustainability approach and strategies to make a significant impact on our patients, people, public, and most importantly, the planet, our one and the only home. For an effective sustainability approach, the institution should have a robust governance structure and strategies, which should be guided by the top leadership team with clearly defined lines of accountability for sustainable development. This approach should have a comprehensive approach that should be embedded with sustainable values that can support the United Nations Sustainable Agenda and goals, as well as the 5 sustainability pillars that I mentioned earlier. What are the tenets of healthcare sustainability? One is to ensure ethics and transparency, and they should be at the forefront of our daily operations. The next is to comply with legislation, regulations, and code of conduct. Third one is to enrich our local economy and delivering the sustainable economic growth to investors, and to engage continuously with all relevant stakeholders, that includes patients, employees, suppliers, and the students as well. The next, the tenet is to continuously working to improve the quality of our healthcare services to meet stakeholder expectations and to provide high quality healthcare services through highly trained medical, nursing, and administrative personnel. And to analyze and improving our environmental performance by identifying and monitoring the environmental impacts of the business activities and facilities, and also to raise employee awareness of environmental issues and encouraging green practices in each and every activity as much as possible, and thereby to make a positive impact on local communities which we operate in, and also assisting them in improving their quality of life. Any healthcare institution should strive to provide excellent care and outcomes to the patients, total well-being and development for our people, giving back to the communities in which we operate, and while protecting our planet. When we implement sustainable policy, the material assessment needs to be conducted initially to identify our material sustainability matters. Thereafter, it will be followed by establishing and implementing sustainable policy, establish key performance indicators, develop sustainability roadmap and action plan, and increase the priority of health and safety related material matters. And this in sustainability has to be integrated across all operations of the hospital and align it with the United Nations agenda, goals, and the 5 sustainability pillars. This, we should conduct this material assessment, conduct periodically to ensure the relevance of sustainability matters, and which has to be reviewed periodically. The healthcare institutions can achieve the real purpose of touching lives and transforming care by empowering our patients, inspiring our people, nurturing a healthier society, and protecting our planet. Healthcare services need to become significantly more proactive in leading the transformation to net zero carbon emission. Healthcare industry constitutes 4.4% of the greenhouse emissions, and this transformation to net zero will build a strong, robust climate resilience and sustainability into our services that will reduce the burden on hospitals and healthcare systems, and thereby improving the quality of life and health care for all. Among all different functions, the procurement supply chain management plays a major role in healthcare sustainability, and it is my major hardcore area. And wherein in my institution, we have kept the 4 major goals, like the top one being to reduce the greenhouse emissions, which can be obtained by entertaining the renewable energy and procuring from the local renewable sources. And the second is to use safer chemicals and thereby reducing the toxicity, in which where we can, the green steel products can be entertained to maximum extent as possible. And resource conservation and waste reduction, particularly in healthcare industry, the single-use medical devices are the major concern, where if it is effectively utilized, the cost, the procedure cost can be reduced, and thereby the waste can be reduced to a greater extent, and the benefit that are obtained can be passed on to the society as well. And the fourth is by engaging suppliers by developing an engagement strategy, and adhering to the final one, adhering to the green standards, applying all required standards to achieve the triple aims. Any successful sustainable program require an institutional level commitment. To propagate the policy and to drive change, we should have a dedicated resources to make this program successful. Senior leadership support and involvement, including good communication, as well as both symbolic and sustainable action, are key to any program's long-term success. The objective is that these policies and practices of top management shall mold and shape the behavior of our entire staff by minimizing our environmental footprint, by encouraging environmental sustainable practices, and thereby fostering a green culture in everything what we do. The leadership team includes CEO, medical director who represents the clinical services, and head of procurement supply chain, head of quality, and head of engineering development department. The sustainable development policy shall be focused on 4 areas like reduce, reuse, recycle, and renew, and that are the 4 fronts: process, people, product, and plants. In reduce, the major area. In my institution, we have a continued improvement process initiatives, particularly in waste segregation and reduction, thereby by reducing the clinical waste through better segregation and also through better effective utilization. We have implemented an effective mechanism to monitor and reduce resource consumption, such as energy and water consumption, and developing efficiency strategies. And we have established a paper reduction strategies too. Paper being the highest and critical resource in use. And we have taken initiatives to reduce the food wastage by accurate estimations. And we conduct the food donation camp so that the surplus meals which gets prepared on days and where there are unplanned events within the hospital are as contingency. And we promote green thinking among the staff, visitors, and partners too. And we celebrate the environmental day and safety days, and especially the fire trainings and like lean management concepts, Six Sigma concepts, and annual events we do conduct to engage staff, visitors, and partners. We have a transparent internal and external reporting too, and we educate staff about energy saving opportunities, which I will explain it in the next point. And we encourage switching off non-essential equipment whenever not in use. And we encourage sustainable and active transport, encouraging staff to take public transport, walk or ride to work more sustainability, and to encourage patients for the teleconsult. We foster sustainable procurement wherever feasible, and we engage with our suppliers on best sustainable practices. And next is the reuse. Reprocessing items such as like food plates in patient areas and staff visits encourage surgical items such as like drapes, aprons, gowns, while ensuring the hygienic and sterility aspects, and bedpans and measuring containers while ensuring the same like hygiene aspects. And the third one are recycling. Recycling of water through rainwater harvesting initiative, that was one of the flagship initiative, and sewage treatment plant, water used for gardening and other purposes. Authorized vendor for disposals, like for example, paper, e-waste, lead aprons. Then next comes to the renew, which is a repair or something. We encourage greening initiatives like plantation drives. In our campus, we have initiated this, and we use renewable sources of energy such as in different through different means, and biogas by recycle our food waste. In order to implement such practices and to make this a successful program, a core team, which can be termed as a green team in many institutions, those teams can be introduced, and this team can consist of HODs of various departments who are all responsible for implementing sustainability programs on day-to-day basis, like from procurement, supply chain, safety department, facilities, nursing and medical staff, and quality and infection control team, radiology, laboratory, and staff from other key clinical departments, and wherever required, the ad hoc members also can be included. And the responsibilities of this green team can be for includes identifying the goals and objectives of the organization regarding the sustainability, designing and planning programs to meet the goals of the program, and developing a strategy for communicating facilities sustainable activities, and making the sustainability a part of the organization's mission, gathering support and necessary tools to implement such programs, and most importantly, recognizing and rewarding successful efforts to help to achieve the goals, and communicating with the staff and whole stakeholders, and tracking and reporting of metrics that is which is essential to measure the success of our sustainability program, and support community outreach efforts that can promote sustainability. These green team members can be further divided into subteams, which is focused on energy, water, waste, and procurement and supply chain. These sub-teams, these are all the sustainability champions. This, for example, there's a department level coordinators. They can be identified as a sustainability champion. And this is for championing and implementing the sustainability efforts in their respective areas. And they should be instrumental in implementing such initiatives. And procurement, wherever relevant, shall be done on the basis of environmentally preferable purchase guidelines and products and services, and whose environmental impact has never been assessed and found to be no impact or very less damaging to the environment and human health when compared to the other competing products or services. So the environmentally preferable friendly products should be chosen, and in procurement purchase orders or contracts, those classes can be incorporated for better outcomes. And what are the responsibilities of the sustainability champion? One is to distribute resources and information. These champions will distribute materials and information, which might include emails, posters, stickers, etc. And the second major responsibility is to coordinate with the departmental's action taken as part of the organization goal towards sustainability, and they will coordinate the actions of their department as part of this the project what we have taken. And the third one, the most important one, is promoting sustainability. This is at the core of their role. They'll be promoting sustainability, encouraging effective resource use, and leading by example to help colleagues to do the same. This will include helping new staff also get up to speed with current policies and practices pertaining to the sustainability. The next one is the Sustainability Champions Network. And this sustainability champions, they can form a network across the organization, and they will have the opportunity to collaborate with everyone on the projects and to learn more about the issues and challenges that we face, and the skills together at workshops and events. The next one is the reporting progress, and what the department is doing to support sustainability. So we could we would like to have all champions to keep us up to date with what is happening. This can be done by writing like a blog post for the sustainability blog, sharing photos, and through writing articles or by giving presentation. The last one can be the feedback. This sustainability champion will collect ideas, questions, concerns, feedback on various environmental challenges and issues from their department and feed this back to the sustainability team, the core team. And so that the sustainability team will hear such feedback from these champions and they will work on how we can improve the sustainability of the organization. And now I will share some of the initiatives that we have taken for the general products. This is all non-medical. For example, in case of paper, better I would suggest to think before when we go for print and use scrap paper for notes wherever possible, and to use print or like a photocopy, a double-sided one, or use email to maximum extent as possible, and to reuse envelopes, especially for the internal distribution within the organization, and to encourage and to entertain to use recycled paper wherever possible, and avoid paper that uses chlorine, because chlorine in bleaching process that may harm to the environment. Then when it comes to IT equipment, I would suggest buy laser printers with ozone filters. Choose printer with double-sided printing options. Choose energy equipment which is having an energy store label, whether to check whether it is printed, or choose automatic sleep. When we choosing equipment, whether that carries this automatic sleep or power down mode, and take some measures to turn off computer monitors which are that we don't that is not in use, or considering buying equipment that can be upgraded. Whenever we purchase equipment, this upgrading or scalability to the next level should be considered. This is as far as the IT equipment is concerned. And when we, in case of the timber products, the products can be chosen from the products that can be obtained from the sustainably managed forests, and ensure environmental standards for food products, and also to procure durable products from reclaimed timber. And whenever we choose this plywood and chipboard, which has low formaldehyde resin to be encouraged. And when it comes to food, this is the most important area, choose the packing which is having low levels of packing needs to be considered. And when it comes to food, order only what is required, and to procure food that is grown locally, and also use the jugs and avoid to purchase of the single serving packs. And while considering the packaging, consider the material that can be recycled, and to avoid food waste, because even this food waste, when it goes to landfill, it generates methane. Again, it is it results in greenhouse gas emission. And when it comes to cleaning material, it is always better to use 100% biodegradable or non-toxic material, and we should avoid materials that contain chlorine bleaches, and procure products which is based on fruits and organic acids, and to buy vegetable-based cleaning products. And it is always better to avoid aerosols, which is having a hazardous waste, like it is having a substance which is deplete the ozone layer. And avoid wherever there's excess packaging is there, better to avoid it. And bulk purchases should be entertained to avoid the unnecessary transportation. And whenever we procure, ensure that they take back or buy back scheme, and those classes are added or incorporated. This measures can be taken. And in case of transport, encourage staff. Nowadays, most of them should encourage staff to use public transport. And when you choose vehicle, also this ultra low sulfur diesel or biodiesel for diesel engine vehicles, and consider fuel efficiency, that's like Euro emission standards, and reduce size and power of vehicles also can be reduced, and retread tires and refined oil. These are the measures initiatives we can take for better outcomes. In my institution, we have taken many sustainable initiatives, like other initiatives, like we have replaced the existing fluorescent light fittings with LED. This CFL lamps become dim after 8,000 to 10,000 hours, but LED light, it can maintain 70% of its brightness even after 50,000 hours. And LED lights, they have higher efficiency to convert the electric power into brightness, and we have replaced with LED, and we could be able to achieve a substantial savings. And moreover, this CFL lamp contains a mercury toxic material which is harmful to the environment, and while disposing it also, it requires a special treatment. The second one, use of solar energy. When we travel in this 21st century, we need to take care of our planet, thereby keeping in mind this valuable thought. And we have introduced, started using the solar energy. By using this precious energy, we could able to save, again, we could able to have a significant cost savings, also conserve precious natural resources. And we have replaced the split ACs also with water chilled based split AC. The electric consumption of water chiller based split AC is low when compared to the normal split AC, and also the repair and maintenance expenses are very less. And one more initiative what we have taken is we have provided a thermostat to control room temperature in patient rooms. That is also one of our initiatives. And we have installed VFD based water cooled chiller to save electricity. Previously, we were using the reciprocating type. This VFD based water cooled chillers, it work as per the requirement of the heat load. And this water cooled chiller plant requires the R134 gas, which is eco-friendly and which is a non-toxic and also non-flammable. And in parking area, the street lights and LED signages, we have installed a timers to reduce the manpower utilization. And for in all our lifts, we have used VFD panel, and we have phased out this R22 type gas, which is used in normal split AC, with this, which I mentioned, with water cooled chiller based split AC, to reduce power consumption and also to save ozone, to protect our ozone. We have provided solar water heater for patient rooms. And coming to the other challenges faced by other healthcare institutions, there are top two challenges. Is the high cost of treatment and surgical procedures due to high expensive medical devices. This is one of the top major challenges faced by any healthcare institution. And the second challenge is the impact of the huge medical bills generated. These are the two challenges that bottom line of any organization. like as I mentioned, the social one, social sustainability, economic and environmental sustainability. And this 4-dimensional approach, it integrates the various functions of the hospital, like finance, operations, stores, purchasing, and waste management. And generally, as of now, there are only 3 dimensions are used, which is termed as a music 3D, and which is like which is based on the consumption value of the item, criticality of the item, and lead time for classifying the materials. This methodology addresses only the social and economic sustainability to a certain extent, and it does not address the environmental sustainability, whereas the new concept, the 4th dimensional concept, it addresses all the 3 parameters like of the sustainability, social, economic, and environmental to a greater extent. And this 4D music, when we apply, and it results in huge cost savings and significant reduction in the generation of medical waste in healthcare facilities. Thus, the healthcare organization is made more affordable, sustainable, and sustainable. This novel methodology, along with the ABC, BED, and lead time, and in effective utilization, effective consumption of materials is also taken as a 4th dimension. That's what it is, a 4-dimensional approach, and it was which we had presented in the international conference hosted by AM, and which was very much acknowledged and appreciated all across the group. And a 5-dimensional approach also was conceptualized, right, by adding the 5th dimension as a process and method, and which brings huge reduction also when compared to the 4D, because the 4th is like, for example, there are many process methods to perform the same procedure, and whereas detailed analysis carried out on the on different costing on different process methods. For example, like I can say in cath lab, angiogram, and it can be performed by 2 different methods, like on radial and femoral. So, which is a cost beneficial, and the items used for 2 different procedures are all different, and also the reusability and effective utilization also varies between these 2 procedures. So, those factors also to be taken into account. Thereby, we can arrive out which is the very cost-effective one, and we can implement which is so that there can be that benefit that can be passed on to the patients as well, in addition to the other economic benefits availed by the organization, and also it results in social benefit too. And when we apply this application in a multi-specialty tertiary care hospital has resulted in reduced cost to a greater extent, and thereby the material handling cost also is reduced by around 50%. It also resulted in significant reduction in medical waste material, which is one of the 2 major challenges which I was mentioned earlier. Due to the when we effectively utilize this, effectively manage of reuse of medical devices, and so that there's a significant reduction in medical waste. This cost of procedures can be reduced by almost 60% when this method is followed by ensuring strict control on hygiene and safety. The benefits, as I mentioned, arrived out of this economic, environmental, social, clinical outcomes can be shared with the community to make the healthcare more affordable and accessible. This also results in significant improvement in clinical outcome, quality service level, and especially this patient satisfaction due to timely availability and delivery of materials. And this research indicated more than 50% of savings in the cost of the medical devices. Similarly, the amount of waste generated and its disposal can be significantly reduced. Thereby, it contributes to the environmental friendliness. It is estimated that there would be a reduction of 25% in the total quantity of medical waste produced. Lastly, the sharing the cost savings with the patients would make the healthcare affordable, and accessible for the society. Thus, this healthcare organization can be made sustainable by contributing to the triple bottom line of the organization, and thereby achieving the triple aim goals: better health, better care, and lower cost. And it is hypothesized that this idea of reusability, particularly from Indian context, this can be extended to the government hospitals as well, in the those are located in urban and rural areas, to provide affordable, accessible, and sustainable healthcare services to the society. The key metrics now that we can adapt to measure such sustainability, that we can have a carbon footprint, energy consumption, product reuse rate, and especially, which I was mentioning, this effective utilization of single-use reuse medical devices, and saving levels due to conservation and improvement, which I had mentioned, and the cost savings due to standardization and optimization, particularly the price optimization. And when we, from procurement aspects, when we reduce the number of brands, when we have a product standardization, supplier standardization, we can have a huge significant cost savings. And this is also can be one of the best metric to measure our success. And the other metric is the supplier environmental sustainability index, can be one of the best metrics. Then water footprint and waste reduction rate, which I had mentioned earlier, by adopting this 5D, 5-dimensional music model, where the waste can be reduced drastically, and thereby we can obtain the significant savings. And the benefits that when we adapt all this sustainable practices and strategies, what are the benefits? It is like value for money, or efficient use of resources, and greater social inclusion, and better risk management. And finally, it results in improved supplier relationship. So now I will conclude my talk by acknowledging and appreciating the efforts of GCPAT, most particularly Mr. Bush, in driving such initiatives, discussions, and deliberations and dialogues forum. And I really thank once again for hosting us and providing me the opportunity in sharing my thoughts and views. And I'm sure such initiatives taken by Mr. Santosh, we can make this planet a better place to live in. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you all for participating in this knowledge sharing summit. Special thanks to all speakers who have shared their valuable insights today with us. With this, we come to an end for today's summit. We will meet again tomorrow on 11th Feb 2023. Once again, I would like to thank you for joining us today from the entire GCPIT team. Thank you.